Chapter 1468. The powerful vibrations caused the sea of lightning to tremble violently. It was as if there were many creatures swimming in the sea of lightning. If Zichen was above the sea of lightning, he would discover that there was a large patch of lightning in the sea of lightning. This patch of lightning was made up of many tiny lightning bolts. Each lightning bolt was a strange lightning fish. The strange lightning fish were densely packed and almost occupied the entire sea of lightning. Their numbers were immeasurable. Zichen couldn't see those strange lightning fish, but he could sense the vibrations from the sea. He had some guesses in his mind. Lightning began to flash around his body. The powerful Thunder King body was displayed. On his chest, there was a dazzling thunder star with two clear marks that represented the realm of his physical body. Amidst the high-frequency vibrations, the sea of lightning was split apart by the strange lightning fish. These strange fish were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were within 10 meters of Zichen's spiritual senses. In another blink of an eye, the strange lightning fish rushed towards Zichen. These strange fish opened their mouths, revealing their sharp teeth, and bit towards Zichen. Lightning flashed around Zichen, but the lightning was instantly drowned out by the endless number of strange fish. Crack, crack. Similar sounds continuously rang out from the lightning. It was the sound of Zichen's defensive light shield being torn apart by the strange fish. These strange fish were very small, but their attack power was very strong. They were also very sensitive to the power of lightning. The moment they bit Zichen's defensive light shield, they also bit towards Zichen's body. Zichen's body, which was comparable to a realm soldier's body, was instantly covered in scratches. As they bit him at a high frequency, the scratches became deeper and deeper. In the end, there were bloodstains. In the blink of an eye, Zichen's body was covered in many small teeth marks. Boom! A powerful energy surged out of Zichen's body. This energy formed a powerful energy shockwave. The strange fish surrounding him were instantly pushed back by this energy shockwave. However, not all of them were pushed back. Some of them bit Zichen tightly. Their bodies danced along with the energy shockwave like catkins. Swoosh! Many of the strange fish were swept away by the energy and were now some distance away from Zichen. Before they could continue to charge forward, Zichen instantly unsheathed the long saber in his hand. The unsheathed long saber turned into 9. These 9 saber lights formed a circle and spread out in all directions. Pooh! 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 The saber light flashed in a circular and straight line. All the strange lightning fish in the path of the saber light were cut open and turned into pure lightning power. The power of thunder seemed to be attracted by something as it headed towards Zichen's body and tempered Zichen's body. With just a single strike, he had killed over 100 strange fish. However, there were still more strange fish charging forward, and Zichen was once again surrounded. Boom! The energy continued to vibrate. Swoosh! The saber light that had just disappeared reappeared in the next moment, spreading out in another circular direction. All the strange lightning fish in this area were killed. Just like that, Zichen vibrated the energy again and again, and struck with the saber again and again. In this sea of lightning, the saber light began to fade. Pure lightning power entered Zichen's body one after another, tempering his body. During this period, Zichen would also move forward under tremendous pressure. Along the way, many strange lightning fish that attacked him were killed. He was drowned by the strange lightning fish again and again. His body was injured again and again, but he recovered quickly under the power of thunder. In the beginning, Zichen was still lamenting that there were too few strange lightning fish. However, later on, facing the endless attacks of the strange lightning fish, Zichen felt his scalp tingle. Zichen did not know how long he had walked and how many times he was injured. In short, he had killed countless strange, lightning fish. As time passed, the number of strange, lightning fish finally decreased. In the end, not a single one could be seen. However, before Zichen could breathe a sigh of relief, the sea of lightning vibrated again. Then an extremely fast lightning appeared 10 meters away in his spiritual perception. Swoosh! Lightning flashed around Zichen, and his body flashed to the side. The lightning flashed past where he was standing. It was a strange fish with an even bigger body. There was a bulge on its forehead, like a crown. Obviously, this strange fish was the king of this sea, leading countless strange fish underlings. Swoosh! Swoosh! Unable to see with his eyes, Zichen could only rely on his perception that extended 10 meters away. He could not lock on to the other party at all. He could only dodge the other party's attacks with his extreme speed. This damn thing. The lightning constantly shuttled around Zichen, making it impossible for Zichen to move forward smoothly. His face immediately turned cold. In terms of speed, in this sea of lightning, the other party was naturally faster. With a cold gaze, Zichen created a 3-meter space around him. In this 3-meter space, all the lightning power was squeezed away. The space within 3 meters became a vacuum. Swoosh! The monstrous fish king passed through the sea of lightning and charged toward Zichen again. It then dove into the 3-meter-long space. After losing the constant pressure from the sea of lightning, its extreme speed instantly slowed down. The blade in Zichen's hand flashed, and the body of the strange fish king was cut open. It then turned into a large amount of lightning power and entered Zichen's body, beginning to temper his body. The appearance of the monstrous fish king made Zichen even more careful. However, after killing the monstrous fish king, Zichen did not encounter any more attacks from the monstrous fish as he continued forward. Zichen guessed that he should have left the sea where the strange fish were. As expected, after moving forward for a while, Zichen found a solid object. He stepped on the object and saw a small island. This small island was sitting alone on the sea of lightning. It was very monotonous. After continuously drawing his blade, getting injured, and tempering his body, Zichen's mental strength was greatly depleted. He needed to rest. After seeing the small island, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Then he began to land on the island. He successfully left the sea and landed on the small island. This was a small island made of pure lightning. Every rock, grass, wood, and everything on the island contained dense lightning power. However, the lightning power was like the endless sea of lightning. The lightning power could not be absorbed at all. Zichen stood on the island and looked around. Apart from the lightning, he could not see anything else. Moreover, there was a strong pressure in this place. Not only could he not fly, but even jumping seemed very difficult. Fortunately, his spiritual senses were no longer suppressed there. His vision also became clear. After retracting his gaze and spreading his spiritual senses in all directions, Zichen sat on a big rock and held the scabbard in his left hand in case something unexpected happened. If one was lucky enough to stand at the top of the mountain and look down from the sky, they would find that all the mountains here were divided into 9 levels. At this moment, Zichen had already passed the first level and came to a platform. He was resting on the platform. As for the others, such as Shantian and the others, they had already passed the first level and were much faster than Zichen. Among them, Hammer was the fastest and had successfully reached the second level. Wushuang was also moving toward the second level. Swoosh! Suddenly, a mountain that appeared disappeared into thin air. The disappearance of the mountain did not mean that the powerhouse had reached the top. It meant that he had died in the process. Such a situation had happened 3 times so far, which meant that 3 powerful existences had died. Climbing the mountain to seek opportunities was full of danger. It was a test of life and death. After a short rest, Zichen began to hurry on his way again. It was worth mentioning that he found a few strange beasts transformed from lightning on this island. However, these strange beasts were not strong. They were killed by Zichen and turned into pure lightning power to be absorbed. Walking from one side of the small island to the other, Zichen saw that there was an additional boat on the beach at the edge of the small island. When he recalled the strange fish at the bottom of the sea, Zichen felt his scalp go numb. Without any hesitation, he boarded the boat. After boarding the boat, Zichen did not need to deliberately paddle. The boat moved forward on its own. However, the boat only moved forward a few hundred meters. The originally calm sea of lightning suddenly became turbulent. Huge waves rose, and the boat began to shake. Zichen immediately released his energy to wrap the boat. He did not want the boat to be broken by the waves and continue to move forward. Crash! A huge wave surged up. The wave was several meters tall, and it looked like it was going to sweep the people and the boat away. A strange lightning snake that was several meters long charged out of the huge wave, heading straight for Zichen, who was on the small boat. Whoosh! The long saber was unsheathed. A resonant saber hum resounded. A flash of saber light flashed. At this point, Zichen's eyes and spiritual senses came into play again. As soon as the strange snake appeared, Zichen noticed it. After killing the strange lightning snake, it turned into pure spiritual energy. This spiritual energy merged with his body and tempered it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just like before, after killing one strange snake, many more appeared. These strange snakes passed through the waves and went straight for Zichen. Zichen, who had just recovered his spirit, had no choice but to start the cycle of killing again. As the lightning energy entered Zichen's body one after another, the strength of his physical body increased bit by bit. In Zichen's own reality world, the collapse was nearing its limit. The new world had yet to appear, and wave after wave of pure energy was operating in this infinite space. The new world had yet to form. This was deliberately done by Zichen because he needed to fight for the domain heart. Of course, there was also the so-called perfect domain seed. The higher life forms did not break through because they had the same plan. The angry waves rolled. The boat, wrapped in Zichen's energy, was undulating in the angry waves. It could be swallowed by the angry waves at any time. On the other mountain peaks, the others were also struggling to reach the summit. They also encountered other difficulties and attacks. They were all trying their best to resist. Chapter 1469. The two pairs of eyes saw everything that happened on the mountain. The two pairs of eyes were very deep, like a bottomless abyss. No one could see through them, but they were also like a blue ocean that could contain everything. The two pairs of eyes in the sky had appeared many times since the opening of Tongyu Tower. However, just like before, no one noticed them. These four are the most outstanding in this opening of the Manor Realm. I wonder how long it will take for them to reach their limits. A light flashed in the pair of deep eyes, and then a slightly old voice sounded. The four of them are truly not bad. Even I was moved when I saw their talents. However, that little fellow from the Thunder Clan seems extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Even you and I weren't able to see through him completely. Another voice rang out. He is a little different, but whether or not he can change in the limit test is another matter. After all, the greater the potential, the greater the danger. His level is just so low. It is indeed very difficult, but if he can really transform, his combat strength will not be weaker than anyone of the same level. The old voice spoke in the sky above the world, and everything below was seen. The four titled ones were progressing smoothly, but the two pairs of eyes were more focused on Zichen. This was because once Zichen transformed, he would not be weaker than anyone else. However, it was very difficult to break through in the limit test. At this moment, Zichen was in danger. Angry waves surged and thunder power surged. Strange lightning snakes darted out of the angry waves, turning into streaks of lightning and rushing toward Zichen. Although the total number of these strange snakes could not be compared to the original strange fish, they were more powerful and came in an endless stream. As he blocked and attacked again, the strange lightning snakes would break through his defense and attack Zichen's body. At this moment, there were many bloody holes on Zichen's body. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds, and the boat under his feet was in danger. It was already very difficult for him to block so many strange lightning snakes. If the boat was destroyed, Zichen would fall into the sea of lightning and die. Swish, swish. Shiny and dazzling blade lights kept appearing as one lightning snake after another was killed. Streams of pure lightning flowed into his body, tempering his fleshly body and healing his wounds at the same time. As the battle continued and his injuries worsened, Zichen had no choice but to use one trump card after another. A 3-meter wide space appeared beside Zichen. Wave after wave of energy gushed out from the reality world and filled the 3-meter wide space. This force squeezed out all the lightning energy within the 3-meter space, and then formed a huge pressure to reduce the lightning snake's speed. However, even though he had used a method that was close to cheating, Zichen's body was still riddled with scars and holes from the sharp teeth. One could imagine that if it wasn't for this 3-meter space, Zichen would have died long ago. However, a 3-meter space was not enough to stop all the lightning snakes. Zichen's face paled as he faced the endless attacks of the lightning serpents. He had used up a lot of energy. Boom! Just as Zichen was about to fall, a cold glint suddenly flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his sleeves, a ball of light shot out. The ball of light instantly turned into a huge cauldron, causing the void to tremble. This was the everlasting pill cauldron. It emitted an ancient aura and floated in the air. When the lightning serpents saw the cauldron, they instantly pounced on it. The cauldron shook in the void, and then waves of violent lightning rushed out from it. This was the lightning from the Thunder Clan's fragment world, and it had great destructive power. The moment the lightning appeared, it shrouded the lightning serpents. The lightning here was ineffective against the lightning serpents, but Zichen believed that the lightning energy he brought would be able to injure the lightning serpents to a certain extent. This was his last resort. He had to believe it, even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, Zichen would only be swallowed by the endless lightning serpents. The thunderbolts were wild and violent. In less than a moment, a series of explosions sounded within the large area of violent thunderbolts. Soon after wave of pure thunderbolts charged out from the wild and violent thunderbolts and surged towards Zichen. It's effective. Seeing this scene, Zichen's face immediately lit up with joy and excitement. These lightning bolts were brought out from the Thunder Clan's fragment world to deal with high-level life forms. In half a year, Zichen had stored a lot of these lightning bolts. During this period, he had only used them once. The amount was almost negligible. As for the rest, Zichen was prepared to use them when he was besieged by high-level life forms. However, at this moment, he was attacked by the lightning serpents and his life was in danger. The everlasting pill cauldron showed its power. The lightning serpents were killed. Zichen waved his hand, and the cauldron flew back to Zichen. As for the lightning serpents in the distance, it quickly dissipated under the attack of the lightning serpents. The cauldron that had arrived beside him suddenly shook. Lightning bolts, like small snakes, spewed out from it. After appearing, these lightning bolts instantly enlarged, forming a violent lightning energy. With Zichen as the center, they formed a huge and violent lightning ball. Outside the lightning ball, angry waves rolled. More lightning serpents rushed out from it. When the serpents rushed towards the lightning ball, they were hit by the lightning and exploded. This lightning ball had a miraculous effect in killing the lightning serpents, but the speed of its consumption was also very fast. Zichen, who was moving forward on the small boat, could only control the everlasting pale cauldron to release lightning bolts. As a result, the lightning consumption speed became faster. The variable is here. In the sky, two pairs of eyes saw the lightning ball. One of them said, "The greater the potential, the greater the danger." Originally, I thought he couldn't hold on, but I didn't expect him to bring out this thing. That cauldron is very good. It looks a little familiar. It does look a little familiar. It should be an imitation of some ancient cauldron recorded in the ancient books. Although they were all climbing the mountain, the difficulty Zi-Chen encountered was much higher than the others. This was partly because Zi-Chen's potential was high to begin with, and partly because Zi-Chen's cultivation realm was simply too low. Fortunately, Zi-Chen had the lightning bolts to make up for his low cultivation realm and weak attack. The lightning ball was moving the small boat. Zi-Chen was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the lightning ball. Bolts of pure lightning energy fell on Zi-Chen like raindrops. At this moment, Zi-Chen had devoted all his attention to refining the lightning energy and tempering his body. As for the everlasting pill cauldron, he handed it over to Cauldron's spirit. There was no need for any advanced techniques. All Cauldron's spirit needed to do was to continuously release lightning bolts. This was something that Cauldron's spirit could easily accomplish. As bolts of lightning energy entered his body, the realm of Zi-Chen's body gradually improved under the continuous tempering of the pure lightning energy. His body gradually reached the limit of 1 star and 2 veins. This limit was the so-called bottleneck limit. However, the lightning energy in this place was extremely pure. Under the constant nourishment and tempering of these lightning bolts, the so-called bottleneck naturally wouldn't appear on Zi-Chen's body. Zi-Chen's body that had reached the limit did not stay there for too long. He immediately broke through to the next realm. On top of Xing-Chen's body that was sparkling with lightning, another mark appeared beside the 2 veins. This mark had just appeared and was not yet clear. However, it indicated that Zi-Chen had made a breakthrough. Currently, Zi-Chen's body realm was comparable to that of a late-stage, first-stage domain realm expert. Although most of the high-level life forms, such as Lang Wei and Wu Shuang, had long reached this realm in their bodies, Zi-Chen, who had made a breakthrough in his Thunder King body, was not afraid of anyone. His physical strength had improved by a small realm. His offensive and defensive strength had also increased tremendously. A suction force was emitted from Zi-Chen's body. At this moment, the lightning energy within the lightning ball, whether it was the berserk lightning bolts or the lightning bolts transformed from the lightning serpents, all madly surged towards Zi-Chen's body. At this moment, Zi-Chen was like a bottomless pit as he madly absorbed the energy. Moreover, the speed at which he refined the energy was several times or even dozens of times faster than usual. Under such frenzied absorption, the entire lightning ball became extremely unstable. When Cauldron's spirit saw this, it guessed that Zi-Chen was about to make a breakthrough. Fortunately, it no longer tried to conserve energy for Zi-Chen. Even more berserk lightning bolts rushed out of the cauldron. The absorption continued until the 3rd mark on Zi-Chen's chest gradually became clear. Only then did the breakthrough end. Zi-Chen opened his eyes. Powerful energy surged around his body. At this moment, under the illumination of the lightning bolts that filled the sky, the aura that he emitted was like that of a lightning beast. "You have made a breakthrough," a voice sounded from the cauldron. It was the voice of Cauldron's spirit. "My physical body has made a breakthrough. Both my offensive and defensive strength have become stronger." Zi-Chen nodded and stood up from the boat. His eyes flickered with lightning and his body emanated a powerful will to fight. "It's time for you to make a breakthrough. If you don't, both you and I will be finished," said Cauldron's spirit. Zi-Chen stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Finished? What do you mean?" "There isn't much lightning energy left in the cauldron." Zi-Chen's face was filled with astonishment. One must know that when he came out from the fragment world, He had brought a lot of lightning energy with him. Although it was not endless, it was enough for Zichen to squander for a very long time. If the flow of time is correct, you have been sitting cross-legged for 10 whole days to refine the lightning energy. How much do you think you will need to maintain the lightning energy for 10 days? Cauldron Spirit said grumpily. Chapter 1470. Making a breakthrough in one's physical body should have been something worth celebrating. But after hearing that it took him 10 whole days, Zichen put on a dispirited face. With this, the domain core with its miraculous effects would no longer be available to him. The Cauldron Spirit took in Zichen's dispirited expression and guessed what Zichen was thinking. He put on a grumpy smile and said, "Why didn't I notice that you have become so greedy? This sea of lightning is vast and boundless. It's hard to say when you will be able to walk out of here alive, and it's also hard to say if you can make it to the other side alive. You don't even know if you will live or die, yet you are still worrying about the domain core. The most important thing for you to do now is to leave this place alive. I don't have much lightning left." Zichen quickly put away his dispirited mood. He cupped his fists at the cauldron and said, "Thank you for your help, Elder. Leave the rest to me." The everlasting pill cauldron that had been continuously absorbing lightning stopped at the next moment. Then it turned into a beam of light and shot toward Zichen before disappearing in a flash. As the enormous lightning ball did not have any backup, it only lasted for a few breaths before collapsing. Then, one after another, lightning serpents emerged from the raging waves and charged towards Zichen. After making a breakthrough in his physical body, Zichen felt unprecedentedly powerful. He did not use any weapon in the face of the incoming lightning serpents. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched forward. The energy of his physical body condensed into an enormous fist aura on his fist. Lightning radiated from the fist aura. When the fist aura collided with the lightning serpents, it exploded. Boom! As this fist glow exploded, a wild and violent energy spread in all directions. As this energy spread, all the strange lightning snakes that came into contact with this energy burst apart one after another. This time, a large number of lightning serpents were killed. Boom! Zichen punched again. A dazzling fist aura exploded. Another large number of lightning serpents were killed. A large amount of pure lightning energy converged towards Zichen. As he punched again and again, large swathes of the lightning serpents disappeared. Although this killing speed could not be compared to the lightning balls from before, it was still much faster than Zichen's efficiency. This was the effect of increasing one's realm. Even if it was just an increase in one's physical realm, it could increase Zichen's combat strength by several times or even dozens of times. The greater one's potential, the greater the danger one would encounter. At the same time, one's battle prowess after making a breakthrough would also become stronger. Strangely enough, the lightning serpents didn't disappear even after 10 days of continuous bombardment from the lightning balls. But after a few dozen strikes from Zichen, the lightning serpents disappeared. Even the king of the lightning serpents that Zichen had predicted didn't appear. Outside the mountain peak, one could see that Zichen's speed had suddenly increased. He was practically leaping as he flew towards the mountain peak. At this moment, the others had obviously encountered some trouble as well. Unlike what Zichen had expected, they had already reached the peak. Only by reaching one's limit could one reach the mountain peak. Obviously, no one had reached their limit yet. The lightning serpents had disappeared, but the sea of lightning had not reached the end. The boat was still moving forward, and the sea of lightning was still endless. Not long after the monstrous waves disappeared, the sea of lightning suddenly began to tremble slightly. The trembling sea of lightning gently hit the boat, splashing a small wave. Following that, another wave appeared, and wave after wave appeared. Zichen, who was just about to breathe a sigh of relief, discovered this phenomenon and immediately used his yin-yang eye to look at the sea of lightning. With a glance, he saw many light spots. These light spots were all lightning, and they were swimming quickly at the bottom of the sea. Before Zichen could see clearly what these lightning lights were, a huge lightning water column rushed up from the sea and lifted the boat. Then, a huge monster appeared in Zichen's sight. This was a huge snake that was many times larger than the original lightning serpents. The huge snake had a bulge on its forehead and long whiskers on its cheeks. There were also several bulges on its abdomen. Zichen was very familiar with this kind of creature. This was a flood dragon. Once it completely transformed, it would become a flood dragon. A flood dragon was also a type of dragon, but it was not as noble as the blue dragon in the Tianwu continent. Even so, this kind of creature was extremely powerful and tyrannical. Looking at the other party's cold eyes, Zichen naturally knew the other party's intention. Thus, without thinking, he punched towards the other party's head. Dazzling lightning flashed, and the fist instantly approached the head of the flood dragon and exploded. Boom! The energy was berserk. The head of the flood dragon was smashed by the fist. Its body also turned into pure lightning and gathered towards Zichen. It was absorbed by his body, becoming pure energy. After finishing off the other party with one punch, Zichen's face did not have the slightest trace of joy. Based on his understanding of the Sea of Lightning, he knew that if the other party could be easily killed, then it was not done by one person. It was done by a group of people. Moreover, when Zichen used his yin-yang eye, he saw many dots of light. After killing one of the flood dragons, the thunderbolt water pillar that it had created also dissipated. The small boat was enveloped by Zichen's energy and started to descend. However, right after that, another thunderbolt water pillar rose up and directly swept the people and the boat away. Another flood dragon rushed out and was killed by Zichen with one punch. Zichen's expression became more and more serious, because with his yin-yang eye, he saw many lights coming towards him. Swish! Swish! More water columns rushed up. Flood dragons appeared in all directions and viciously pounced on Zichen. Zichen pulled out a long saber. The dazzling saber light flashed. Then, Zichen put away the scabbard. Holding the saber in one hand and a fist in the other, he attacked the flood dragons. For a time, the saber light and fist light constantly appeared in the Sea of Lightning. These flood dragons were much stronger than the lightning snakes from before. Zichen, who had just broken through, felt the pressure again. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Something rushed out from his body. It was a light. When it rushed out, it was accompanied by a loud and clear dragon's roar. When the sky was filled with the silhouettes of flood dragons, the sudden appearance of a real dragon was also extremely shocking. The dragons might spread. Even if these flood dragons were not real, they were still shocked by the dragon's might and trembled. The dragon's soul appeared. Its body was huge, almost occupying half of the sky. It looked down at the flood dragons indifferently. Without needing Zichen's instructions, it rushed up. Its dragon claws crushed a flood dragon, and its dragon tail crushed another one. When it attacked with its body, the dragon's soul would occasionally turn into a spear light and shoot towards the flood dragons approaching Zichen, piercing through their glabella. Pooh! Pooh! One flood dragon after another was slashed by Zichen and turned into pure lightning power, replenishing the mark on Zichen's chest. While Zichen was killing the flood dragons, the dragon soul spear was not idle. It also killed many flood dragons. However, the lightning power after killing the flood dragons did not converge on Zichen. Instead, it was directly absorbed by the dragon's soul spear. You can absorb the lightning power here. Seeing this scene, Zichen was very surprised. He asked through voice transmission, "The lightning here is very useful to me. It can help me evolve." The dragon's soul transmitted its thoughts, appearing very excited. Joy once again appeared on Zi-Chen's face when he heard this. He signaled the dragon's soul to do as it pleased. With a breakthrough in strength and a rise in battle power, Zi-Chen's advancing speed increased. With the help of the dragon's soul spear, the flood dragons quickly disappeared. Soon after, some other lightning creatures appeared. Although they caused some trouble for Zi-Chen, they were unable to threaten Zi-Chen's life. Even if they could pass through the layers of attacks and injure Zi-Chen, Zi-Chen's injuries would rapidly recover under the endless lightning absorption. As he continuously attacked, Zi-Chen's energy consumption also increased. Under this endless barrage of attacks, his corporeal realm finally collapsed completely. At this moment, Zi-Chen's cultivation level had finally reached the peak of the corporeal realm. This level could be called the half-step domain realm. If Zi-Chen was willing, he could condense this collapsing power into a real world. When that happened, Zi-Chen's strength would be at the domain realm. However, Zi-Chen forcibly stopped the following breakthrough. He wasn't in a hurry. Even if he didn't have the psychic domain core, he still had the perfect domain seed. He still wanted to give it a try. With a breakthrough in the physical realm, Zi-Chen's own cultivation level also broke through. His potential was almost maximized. Although Zi-Chen's physical strength hadn't reached the peak of this realm, Zi-Chen had a perfect body and cultivated the Thunder King body. In terms of physical strength of the same level, even those high-level life forms couldn't compare. The following test posed no threat to Zi-Chen. Although he hadn't reached his limit, the test was considered over. After forcefully suppressing the realm that was about to break through, Zi-Chen raised his head again and saw the coast. Seeing the coast meant that he had completely passed through the Sea of Lightning. Zi-Chen quickly walked towards the coast, but the dragon's soul didn't follow. This Sea of Lightning was of great help to it. Next, it needed the help of the endless sea of lightning creatures in the Sea of Lightning to undergo a metamorphosis. Zi-Chen stepped onto the coast, and the scene before his eyes changed. The Sea of Lightning disappeared, and Zi-Chen realized that he was standing on real ground. After passing the test, he had successfully reached the top. Zi-Chen originally thought that many people had reached the top. However, when he raised his head and looked around, he didn't see a single person. After that, Zi-Chen looked nervously at the center of the platform. There, the psychic domain core, which Zi-Chen cared about the most, was slowly beating. Light rays of power were also released as the psychic domain core beat. At this moment, Zi-Chen was only a few dozen meters away from the psychic domain core. He walked towards the psychic domain core without hesitation. As he walked forward, Zi-Chen carefully sensed the power of his cultivation level. Chapter 1471. When he was 5 steps away from the domain core, Zi-Chen stopped. During this time, he did not encounter any obstacles or tests, but he was not in a hurry to get the domain core. He stood 5 steps away and began to feel the power after the breakthrough. While feeling it, he was also waiting for something. Not long after, another figure appeared on the platform. It was Shantian City's Shantian Dao. When he reached the platform, his face was immediately filled with joy. However, when he saw Zi-Chen, he was slightly startled. "You've been here for a long time," Shantian Dao asked. "I've also just arrived," Zi-Chen said with a smile. Shantian Dao looked at Zi-Chen and then at the domain core. He smiled bitterly and said, "We thought that we would have a better chance with more people. I didn't expect you to be the first to come up. You were waiting for us." "It's not considered waiting. I'm just giving everyone a fair chance," Zi-Chen said calmly. Shantian Dao shook his head, but there was a hint of shame on his face. "It's not fair." Just as they were talking, another figure appeared on the platform. It was Fortune Teller. Successfully reaching the top and completing the test was naturally something to be happy about. However, when he saw that 2 people had already reached the top, he was also startled. He could not feel happy at all. As soon as Fortune Teller appeared, the figure in the mist also appeared, followed by Jin Qingqing, who was wearing a suit of armor. It wasn't long before the 4 titled individuals arrived, but when they saw the scene in front of them, their happy faces were instantly stunned. Then, all of them stood in their original spots with complicated expressions on their faces, not daring to step forward. Zichen was only 5 steps away from the domain core. This distance was nothing to Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world. However, Zichen stood on the spot. There was no need for him to explain. Everyone understood what had happened. The next person to arrive was Hammer. When he saw the scene on the platform, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Then he was completely relieved. As for Wushuang, due to the delay, he did not immediately follow. Zichen glanced at them and said, "Everyone is here. Let's fight to determine the winner and the loser." Hammer remained indifferent. However, the other 4 did not show any joy on their faces. Instead, they fell into silence. Zichen smiled and said, "Didn't we agree on this earlier?" Tianming looked up at Zichen and said, "Zichen, I admit that I can't see through you. I also admit that you're very unique and have your own goals. However, I also feel the same way. The spiritocentric core is indeed a good thing and can help us a lot. But if I have to choose between it and honesty, I'll definitely choose the latter. There have been many experts in the history of Destiny City, but they didn't manage to refine the spiritocentric core. However, they were able to leave their names in history. I appreciate your kindness, but forget about the competition. Compared to the spiritocentric core, I'd rather have a firm heart that belongs to me." After saying that, Tianming smiled sincerely at Zichen and chose to withdraw from the competition. Seeing this scene, Chong Chue's expression changed. Under such circumstances, there were not many people who could quickly give up on the allure of the Tongling domain core. From this, one could see Tianming's character. After Tianming finished speaking, Shantian Dao nodded in agreement. He said, "If it's not mine, it's not mine. If we continue to compete, we will lose our sense of propriety and our natural cultivation heart. I, Shantian Dao, accept your kindness, but forget about the spiritocentric core. I, Shantian Dao, will definitely make friends with you." Zichen looked at the 2 with a relaxed smile on his face. Hidden Mist laughed and said, "The 2 of you have already said all the good things. What else do you want me to say? Since we're talking about making friends, Zichen, I'll definitely make friends with you. If we can leave the Manor Realm alive, I'll invite you to Hidden Mist City as a guest." Hidden Mist also gave up on this opportunity. Zichen said with a smile, "I'll definitely go if there's a chance." When it was Jin Qingqing's turn, she also smiled and said, "Forget it. Since you guys aren't fighting, a little girl like me naturally won't fight anymore. As for being friends, if you want to be friends with me, you have to withstand a huge amount of pressure. I don't know if you can withstand the pressure." Jin Qingqing winked at Zichen. Her eyes lit up, and she looked extremely flirtatious. That was what the others thought. However, to Zichen she was rather cute. Before Zichen could answer, a beam of light shot toward the spiritocentric core. Zichen maintained the faint smile on his face as he threw a punch. He had already noticed all the changes. Boom! Energy surged and thunder rumbled. The space before him was drowned in lightning. The silhouette swayed and retreated. It did not pass through the lightning. That was so unexpected that the people could not react at all. When they did, the silhouette had already been forced to retreat. The silhouette appeared. It was the beast tamer Yiming. When they saw the beast tamer Yiming, they had a look of disdain on their faces. The spiritocentric core was indeed a good thing. However, if one obtained it through such means, even if they could be strong for a while, they were destined to have no great achievements in the future. Yiming gave them a good impression at first. However, after what happened after Zichen's arrival, they became more and more disappointed in Yiming. They were extremely disappointed in Yiming. Then, The three of them looked at Jin Qingcheng meaningfully. Zi Chen looked at Yi Ming. His faint smile faded, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. If he was afraid of Yi Ming before, Zi Chen no longer cared about Yi Ming after he completed the test on the mountain peak. Yi Ming, why is it you? Jin Qingcheng's pretty face had a look of anger. She had just told Zi Chen that she would not touch the spiritocentric core. She did not expect Yi Ming to rush out right after that. Moreover, he did it secretly. Not only did he hurt her reputation, but he also humiliated Golden Leaf City. Why not me? The spiritocentric core can only be obtained by those who are fated. Moreover, it depends on one's ability. Yi Ming looked at Zi Chen and said with a cold smile, "Don't think that everyone is stupid. You're the only smart one. Let me tell you, it's impossible for you to get the spiritocentric core with such petty tricks." Zi Chen looked at Yi Ming. He did not even bother to answer him. He merely smirked in mockery. Yi Ming's eyes flashed past the spiritocentric core. Greed appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zi Chen again and said, "Didn't you want to give me a slot? Great, I'll take the slot." Zi Chen glanced at Yi Ming and said, "A slot? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for a slot from me? I'm from Golden Leaf City. Of course, my identity is nobler than you, from Huping City," Yi Ming said coldly. Zi Chen smirked and said, "This is the domain realm. Stop acting like a young master. In my eyes, other than friends, they're only the living and the dead. Right now, you're still alive in my eyes. If you continue to act recklessly, you'll be dead." "Dead? You sure talk big. Then let me see what a mere corporeal realm cultivator like you can do to me." Yi Ming's eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, he had reached his limit in the process of reaching the top. He was very confident in his combat strength. "Enough, Yi Ming. Come back quickly," Jin Qingcheng shouted coldly. Yi Ming turned around and said to Jin Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, did you see that? This kid is doing it on purpose. He thinks that you're all fools. He already knew that you wouldn't want the spiritocentric core. That's why he said he would give you a slot. He's toying with you. Look, I'm here now. Why doesn't he give me the slot?" The others heard this and subconsciously covered their foreheads with their hands. Jin Qingcheng was so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Clearly, Yi Ming was blinded by greed. He didn't think before speaking. "Why would Zi Chen give you a slot? Do you know him that well?" Hammer, who had been silent all this while, coughed softly and said, "Zi Chen can get the spiritocentric core easily. He gives you a chance because he respects you. Of course, other than respect, he also admires you. As for you, you're not close to Zi Chen and you've lost to him. Why should he give you a slot?" Hammer's words clearly didn't give Yi Ming any face, but it also reminded him. Although he was humiliated, Yi Ming was sharp enough to notice something. He was no longer agitated. Instead, he smiled and said, "If that's the case, that's great. Jin Qingcheng is my fiancé. After we get back, we'll get married. Naturally, her things will be mine. Therefore, I'll take the slot you gave her." Zi Chen's mouth opened slightly when he heard this. He seemed a little surprised. At the same time, he looked at Jin Qingcheng. Jin Qingcheng blushed and gritted her teeth. She wanted to tear Yi Ming apart. In her life, she had never been as embarrassed as she was today, especially when faced with Zi Chen's surprised gaze and the other three people's gazes. Jin Qingcheng felt even more ashamed. "Haha, Zi Chen, look at your expression. You must be very shocked. You must be regretting giving her a slot." Yi Ming laughed proudly. In the ears of the others, it was as if Yi Ming had obtained the spiritocentric core. Fortune Teller looked at the proud Yi Ming and then at the blushing Jin Qingcheng. He shook his head and said, "You're not compatible. You didn't look like a good match in the past. After spending some time together, I feel that you're even more incompatible. Beauty Jean, when you get out of here, you should find a chance to leave. The gap between you two is too big. Shen Tiandao nodded and said, I agree. Indeed, you're not compatible. One is a phoenix in the sky, while the other is a dog in the ground. You're not compatible. Hidden Mist also smiled and said, Of course you're not compatible. Look at Zichen, that shocked and disbelieving expression. Look at those eyes. Look at how bitter they are. I think he must be very sad to hear this news now. Facing the teasing of the three people, Jin Qingqing felt even more ashamed. Then, she secretly glanced at Zichen. As expected, she found that Zichen's expression was not right. Chapter 1472. Zichen was indeed stunned. Although Jin Qingqing was still considered a beautiful and cute girl in his heart, she would definitely have a beautiful face in the future. Otherwise, she would not be called Jin Qingqing. Although the two of them had never fought before, the speed at which Jin Qingqing reached the peak was not inferior to the others. Coupled with her intelligence, such a person was destined to have extraordinary achievements in the future. However, what about Yi Ming? The only thing he could do was to be a beast tamer. Although this identity was powerful, to Zichen, this person was a pure clown. Even if he had the ability of a beast tamer, he did not have the intelligence that a beast tamer should have. Coupled with his way of doing things time and time again, the gap between him and Jin Qingqing was no longer the gap between a swan and a toad, but the gap between a phoenix in the sky and a dog in the soil. How could Zichen not be shocked when the two of them with such a gap had a marriage contract? In reality, Yi Ming's performance was not that bad when he was in the outside world. It was just that after coming here and going through a series of events, he exposed his nature. Yi Ming, don't talk nonsense. I've never agreed to the marriage contract. Jin Qingqing was really angry. She guessed that she had lost all her dignity in her life because of Yi Ming today. If it were not for Yi Ming's identity, she really wanted to throw Yi Ming off the mountain. There were more important things to do at the moment, so Yi Ming was not in the mood to talk about love here. He merely turned his head, looking slightly displeased. He said in a tough manner, The elders in the family have agreed to this. You have no choice but to agree. Ignoring Jin Qingqing's reaction, Yi Ming turned back to look at Zichen and said, She'll be mine sooner or later, so her slot should be mine, and the spirit channeling domain heart should be mine too. Zichen looked at Yi Ming as if he was looking at an idiot. He had seen greedy people, such as Zhao Ken back then, who would kill his brother for a 500-year-old snow ginseng. Apart from Zhao Ken, there were many greedy people. However, among all the greedy people that Zichen had seen, none of them were as greedy as Yi Ming, who was so greedy to the point of pestering endlessly. This person was so greedy that he pestered others endlessly, and he pestered others endlessly to the point that he had no friends. Indeed, Yi Ming had no friends here. After the previous incident, Shen Tiandao and the others had already become friends with Zichen, so they did not go forward, but were happy to watch the show from the side. Since Zichen was destined to obtain the common spirit domain core, they didn't want to fight over it. Instead, they wanted to watch a good show. Of course, the three of them wouldn't admit that they were watching a good show because they missed out on the domain heart of channeling. The three of them had such expressions because they couldn't step forward and interrupt the two lovers who were fighting over a woman. Whether that was the truth or not, that was what they thought. At this moment, the two of them were standing opposite each other, not because of the spirit heart, but because of Jin Qingqing's marriage. During this period of time, more and more cultivators came up. When these cultivators saw the spiritual domain heart on the scene, their expressions changed. However, as long as it was someone from the three major cities, the three from Shantian Dao would use their eyes to signal them not to move. When the three of them spoke at this moment, it was comparable to their own city's governor. It was much more effective than Jin Qingqing's. Even if the crowd was confused, they dared not question it casually. Apart from the cultivators from the three forces, almost all the cultivators from Golden Leaf City came up except for those who were dead. These people didn't listen to Jin Qingqing's command before this, and Hammer had seen it before. When he noticed a change in their eyes and their movements, Hammer rushed toward Ziqin and stood next to him. Subsequently, Wu Shuang appeared from the other side and stared at the others. At this point, almost all the cultivators who should come up had come up. Yi Ming, who was pestering endlessly earlier, had a serious expression after calculating the number of people in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Are the cultivators from Golden Leaf City here?" "Here." A shout came from all directions. "Attack with all your might and kill these 3 people." Yi Ming pointed at Ziqin and the other 2 and shouted. Yes, the shout came again. "Let's see who dares." Jin Qingqing stood up. Her face was filled with shame and anger. She, who did not like Yi Ming to begin with, was extremely disappointed in him at this moment. If a mere spirit core could make him lose his composure, then it was destined that he would not be able to achieve great things in the future. Yi Ming waved his hand and said coldly, "This is a serious matter. I'm in charge today. I'll report this to the governor when I get back. Now you guys just kill them. I'll bear all the consequences." "Yi Ming, how dare you? Do you know who's the leader this time?" Jin Qingqing was so angry that her entire body was shaking. The 3 from Shantian Dao stood aside and watched the show. Yi Ming turned around to look at Jin Qingqing and said, "From now on, I, Yi Ming, will be the leader of Golden Leaf City." As soon as the cold words were spoken, Yi Ming turned around coolly. It was time to kill. However, when he turned around, he saw that Ziqin, who was supposed to be in front, had left his original spot and walked to the front of the spirit core. His expression changed drastically. He pointed at Ziqin and shouted, "Ziqin, what are you doing? Stop it, stop it. The farce is over. Take what belongs to me." Ziqin smiled faintly and directly reached out to press on the spirit core. The spirit core was still beating like a living heart, releasing waves of power. As Ziqin's right hand touched the spirit core, he clearly felt that the frequency of the spirit core's heartbeat had changed. It gradually became the frequency of his own heartbeat. The many power lights released from it were also retracted in the next moment. What was released was only the power that Ziqin knew and possessed. Before he refined it, the spirit core had already shown its uniqueness. Ziqin's face was also filled with undisguised joy. Swoosh! A light flashed on his palm, and the spirit core disappeared in front of him. The spirit core that all the cultivators in the world coveted was easily taken away by Ziqin just like that. Even though they knew that it was hopeless, when the people around saw this scene, they felt a sense of melancholy and disappointment, as well as some envy. As the person involved, Yi Ming could not accept this fact. He was so angry that he stood on the spot and kept roaring, but he forgot to attack. He seemed to have lost his composure. Seeing that Ziqin had taken away the spirit core, obedient Tiandao shook his head and said, "There's no good show to watch now." "The show might have just begun," Hidden Mist said with a smile. "Damn it, that spirit core is mine. Give it back to me. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Without the spirit core, Yi Ming felt like his heart was being pierced by needles. Waves of pain came from his heart, and the pain woke him up very quickly. His expression became extremely ferocious as he shouted angrily. The other people in Golden Leaf City were already prepared. They were just stunned when Ziqin suddenly took away the spirit core, so they did not attack. Following Yi Ming's roar, rays of light shot towards Ziqin. Boom! Energy raged around the heavy hammer, and a huge black hammer appeared. The moment the black hammer appeared, it immediately grew in size like a mountain, exuding a terrifying wave as it struck forward. The black hammer smashed out, causing a series of explosions. When the 2 cultivators who were rushing forward felt the power of the black hammer, a look of shock appeared on their faces. They stopped and joined hands to defend. Dong! The black hammer hit the 2 cultivators' defense, causing the entire platform to tremble. Under such a huge impact, the two cultivators who joined hands to defend flew backward, like a kite with a broken string, until they flew out of the platform. On the other side, the heavy hammer hit the two cultivators and knocked them off the platform. On the other side, a bright light rushed out of Wu Shuang's body. The light enveloped the two cultivators and took them away from the platform. Apart from the dead cultivators, there were only 6 cultivators from Golden Leaf City, but 4 of them had already been swept out. For some reason, the other 2 cultivators did not attack immediately. Yi Ming cursed inwardly and rushed toward Ziqin. This time, he learned to be smart and chose to attack first. A spiritual telekinesis attack that was like a waterfall charged out of his sea of consciousness and shot directly at Ziqin. At the same time, Yi Ming flew toward Ziqin. Faced with the incoming spiritual telekinesis attack, Ziqin's face gradually turned cold. He could not be bothered to compete with Yi Ming using his spiritual telekinesis. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched the incoming attack as lightning flashed. Yi Ming's confident attack was instantly shattered by Ziqin's punch. Subsequently, Ziqin's figure flashed and he charged toward Yi Ming. Seeing Ziqin break his attack so easily, a look of shock flashed across Yi Ming's face. Subsequently, when he saw Ziqin coming, he shouted loudly. His body glowed and a king-level spirit weapon appeared in his hand. To be able to become Jin Qingqing's fiancé, he was naturally not a pure beast tamer. The origin energy in his body was very rich, and his combat strength was not weak either. However, just as he raised the king-level spirit weapon in his hand, Ziqin was already in front of him. Fast, too fast. At such a close distance, the speed under the heavens could not be stopped. Therefore, Yi Ming could only watch as Ziqin approached him and punched his chest. Yi Ming saw everything and thought of several ways to block it, but he could not follow up with his actions. Bang! Ziqin's punch landed on Yi Ming's chest, and the defense around him shattered instantly. Subsequently, bolts of lightning appeared and enveloped Yi Ming's body. Under the punch, Yi Ming's body flew out instantly, and he coughed up blood as he flew. After that, his figure disappeared from the platform. After a long time, a loud bang came from the bottom of the mountain. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, the fight was over in an instant. The 2 cultivators from Golden Leaf City, who hesitated for a moment, did not have the chance to attack anymore. Chapter 1473. The domain core of channeling was taken away by Ziqin. The farce caused by Yi Ming's greed was also resolved by Ziqin and the other 2 in an instant. During this period, the power that the 3 of them displayed was enough to be called the best. Jin Qingqing was the only one left in Golden Leaf City. Naturally, the latter would not attack Ziqin. At this moment, she had yet to recover from the awkward situation just now. Congratulations. Shen Tiandao and the others walked over. Next, a few people went forward to sincerely congratulate them. On the platform, the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, below the platform, Yi Ming vomited 3 liters of blood before he was helped up. One of the cultivators raised his head, looked at the platform, and said, "Are we still going up?" Below the platform, the mountain peak was still visible. At this moment, no one knew if they should directly fly up or climb the mountain again when they went up again. "Let's go." Yi Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked away from the platform. He said coldly, "After we get out, spread the news and tell the world that Ziqin has obtained the domain core of channeling." Yes, the few of them nodded. Just as Ziqin took away the domain core of channeling, a passage to the outside world appeared in this space. After Yi Ming and the others found the passage, they left immediately. On the platform, although the battle was over, they had no intention of leaving. To be able to treat the domain core of channeling as an ordinary object proved that the 4 of them were not ordinary people. At the very least, their minds were strong. Such people were worthy of deep friendship. Therefore, Zichen took out the good things he had on him and entertained them. Is this okay? Shen Tiandao asked hesitantly as he subconsciously took a bottle of wine that Zichen tossed over. He usually only knew how to cultivate and rarely talked to others. Naturally, he had very few friends. As for drinking, it was even rarer. So what if I drink a little? No one cares here. Shen Tiandao pretended to be carefree, but it was obvious that he was not much better than Shen Tiandao. Looking at the few of them, Zichen expressed that he could understand. After all, they were favored by the heavens and had enjoyed endless resources since they were young. The people who usually taught them next to them were definitely the elders of their families or some old antiques. It was impossible for these kinds of people to hold 2 bottles of wine and drink with them. They were different from Wu Shuang. In Tiger God Mountain, Wu Shuang was the big sister. She was impolite and no one dared to control her. It was common for her to drink secretly, so she didn't refuse anyone. Zichen looked at the 4 of them, who seemed a little cautious, and said with a smile, "There are dangers everywhere in the manor world. The slightest carelessness can lead to death. In this dangerous place, can't we live a carefree life? Furthermore, this is no ordinary wine. I brought it from the Tianwu continent. Every bottle is gone." As he spoke, a pile of flames appeared in front of Zichen. They were all charcoal. Then Zichen took out a piece of glowing meat, put it on the rack, and started to roast it. Shen Tiandao nodded, agreeing with Zichen's point of view. Then he saw the piece of meat that Zichen took out. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "This is the flesh of a pure high-level life form." The others also looked at the piece of roasted meat. After seeing it, a strange expression appeared on their faces. "Good eyesight. This is indeed the flesh of a high-level life form," said Zichen proudly. "You killed a high-level life form?" asked Jin Qingqing with sparkling eyes. "No." Zichen shook his head and said, "I just happened to cut some meat." After that, Zichen told the others about the high-level life forms. When they heard that the ancient Tree King had died, they began to sigh. When they heard that Zichen had almost killed them in the end, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. This area was a bit strange. When the people from the 4 factions came, they did not see the dense forest and the ancient Tree King. After eating and drinking, Zichen's relationship with the 4 became closer. During this time, Wu Yining joked about Zichen and Jin Qingqing, which made Wu Shuang a little unhappy. The other humans who drank the good wine and ate the flesh of the high-level life forms also looked at Zichen's group with a kind gaze. "Now that we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll wait below. It's a good opportunity to rest for a while. You can stay here and refine the spirit domain core. It's a good thing. If it's placed in the outside world, even city lords would be tempted. It's best to refine it as much as you can," said the fortune teller. "Yes, let's refine it first." Shentian and Wu Yining both nodded. As for Jin Qingqing, she looked at Zichen with a smile. Zichen nodded. He had the same intention. After that, the people from the 3 factions left. Jin Qingqing hesitated for a moment and also went down the platform. Hammer and Wu Shuang stayed beside Zichen. Zichen sat cross-legged, trying to calm himself down. With the spirit domain core in hand, it was very difficult to have a heart as calm as water. Wu Shuang and Chong Chui gathered around and stared curiously at Tongling's heart. At this moment, the spirit domain core was still beating at the same frequency as Zichen's heartbeat, and the aura it emitted also belonged to the aura of the rules that Zichen had comprehended back then. The heartbeat frequency is exactly the same as yours, but why is it emitting so many kinds of power? Wu Shuang tilted her head and looked at the spirit domain core in confusion, then at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "This should be the uniqueness of the spirit domain core." Tisse. Wu Shuang curled her lips at Zichen, then turned and walked to the other side. Obviously, She thought that Zi Chen was not telling the truth. Chong Chue also smiled at Zi Chen before moving to the other side to stand guard. Zi Chen held the spirit domain core in his hand and prepared to refine it. However, he suddenly realized that he did not know how to refine it. It was different from the spirit domain crystal. It had a heartbeat frequency, so it could not be refined like a crystal. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Zi Chen saw the spirit domain core turn into a ray of light and enter his chest, then entered his heart. This ray of light merged perfectly with Zi Chen's beating heart. As his heart beat, a pure power surged out of the spirit domain core and then rushed to every part of his body. Just as Zi Chen was in a daze, his heart had already beat a few times, and pure power entered every part of his body. This power was a kind of pure power, and when it entered every part of his body, it also washed away the impurities in that part. Zi Chen's essence, energy, and spirit were perfect, and there were no impurities. But when this power passed, Zi Chen could still feel the comfortable changes in his body. This was a sign that his perfect body constitution had evolved again, and this evolution was not a quantitative change, but a qualitative change. His blood, bones, meridians, and even his bone marrow and cells in his body were all changing when this power surged. At the same time, this power was connected to his brain through the blood vessels in his heart, then entered his sea of consciousness, and began to transform his perfect spiritual senses. At this moment, Zi Chen's essence, energy, and spirit were all changing. This change was brought about by the spirit domain core, and it was uncontrollable. This also meant that Zi Chen's refinement had come to an end. He walked forward in a daze, and when Wu Shuang heard his footsteps, she looked at him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you refining the spirit domain core?" Zi Chen said, "I'm done." It's over just like that." Wu Shuang was shocked. Zi Chen nodded. "You refined it so quickly, but I don't see any changes in you. The spirit domain core is not as magical as the legends say." Wu Shuang sighed and suddenly said, This can't be fake, right?" "It's real, and there are no changes at the moment. Maybe it's because the time is too short." Zi Chen could only explain. Wu Shuang nodded and did not ask any more questions. She then explained to Hammer, and the three of them rushed down the platform. When they reached the platform, everyone was there. When they saw Zi Chen, they were puzzled. "Aren't you refining the spirit domain core?" the fortune teller asked. "I'm done." Zi Chen could only explain again. "There are no changes. It seems that the spirit domain core is not as magical as the legends say." Shen Tian shook his head and said. Zi Chen smiled and did not explain again. In fact, he was changing every moment. His essence, energy, and spirit were all transforming, but it could not be seen from the outside. Only by experiencing it personally would one know how extraordinary the spirit domain core was. After confirming that Zi Chen had refined the spirit domain core, everyone decided to go out and soon found the exit. Outside, the people from the 3 cities were waiting, but the people from Golden Leaf City were nowhere to be seen. When Zi Chen and the others appeared, the people from the 3 forces looked at Zi Chen with obvious hostility. "Where are the people from Golden Leaf City?" Jin Qingcheng asked when she saw that there was no one around. After Yi Ming came out, he left with everyone. A cultivator answered. "Haha, Yi Ming really left." Jin Qingcheng, "You're the only one in Golden Leaf City now. Why don't you follow Zi Chen?" Shantian laughed. "Yeah, Zi Chen is young and promising. He's also kind and strong. I'm sure he can protect you." Shantian also joked. The fortune teller pretended to be mysterious for a long time, then said with a serious face, "Well, according to my divination, you and Zi Chen are destined to be together in this life." Jin Qingqing's face turned red when she heard the fortune teller's joke. The others burst into laughter. Only Wu Shuang pouted unhappily. "Master, what's going on?" Didn't you say that Chen tricked you and took away the spirit domain core? Seeing how relaxed they were and how they didn't seem to be enemies, a look of doubt appeared on everyone's faces. At the same time, one of the cultivators asked, "What is it?" "Tricked us? Who told you that?" Xu Tian's face darkened. "It's Yiming. He told us that Chen tricked everyone and obtained the domain core of channeling. You're all furious, but you can't do anything to him for the sake of your reputation. He asked us to keep an eye on him. Once Chen comes out, we'll seek justice for our lord," a cultivator from the Hidden Fog City said respectfully. Shen Tian was furious when he heard that. The other 3 cultivators also had ugly expressions. Even the people who came out with them had ashen faces. Chapter 1474. Yiming left with everyone in a fit of anger. At the same time, he tried to sow discord. As a result, everyone disliked him even more. Chen felt even more disdain for such a person. If it were not for Jin Qingqing, Yiming would have spat more than 3 liters of blood on the platform. After settling the matters here, everyone began to return. On the way back, the others from the 3 forces began to look for other opportunities. The final winner of the domain core was Chen. This was something that no one had expected. Not only did he obtain the domain core, but he could also reach his limit and increase his combat strength greatly. This was something that Chen did not expect. "Since you're going to look for your friend, we won't keep you. There should be other opportunities here. We've missed them earlier, so we're going to look for them next." Shen Tian and the other 2 bid farewell to Chen. Chen had already told them that he was going to look for his friend. As they spoke, the 3 of them turned to look at Jin Qingqing. Fortune teller smiled mockingly and said, "Qingqing, I'm afraid we won't be able to go the same way from now on. Goodbye." At this moment, Jin Qingqing was in a dilemma. The rest of the team had been taken away by Yiming, leaving her alone. At this moment, it was not suitable for her to go with anyone. Chen is going to look for his friend. You should go with him. Mist Shadow smiled, then winked at Chen and turned to leave. Fortune Teller and Shen Tian clasped their fists at Chen and the other 2 before leaving. After the 3 of them left, their laughter could be heard in the distance. Jin Qingqing seemed a little embarrassed, but she did not leave. Clearly, she had decided to go with Chen. "Let's go." "I'm going out too," Chen said with a faint smile. Jin Qingqing nodded and followed him. After that, the 2 women walked together and chatted. After walking for a while, a figure flew over from afar. It was Lang Wei. "What did you do to Yiming? That guy has been chasing me like a mad dog." Lang Wei asked as soon as he arrived. "Nothing much. We just obtained the Tongling domain heart and stole his fiancée." Beside Jin Qingqing, Wu Shuang said, Hearing this and seeing Jin Qingqing beside Wu Shuang, Lang Wei opened his mouth wide in shock. "Don't listen to her nonsense. We're just friends." Chen glared at Wu Shuang and said, "TSK." Wu Shuang curled her lips at Chen, but she felt a little happy in her heart. Jin Qingqing nodded at Lang Wei with a smile on her face. However, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. After all, any beautiful woman who heard such words would feel uncomfortable in her heart. After recovering from his shock, Lang Wei seemed a little excited and asked again, "Really? Does Jean Marin really want to travel with us?" Chen nodded, expressing his affirmation. "Haha, that's great." Lang Wei laughed and walked towards Jin Qingqing. Both of them were about the same age. Lang Wei ignored Wu Shuang beside him and only had eyes for Jin Qingqing. "Beauty Jean, my name is Lang Wei. I'm from the Tiger God Mountain." Jin Qingqing nodded and said softly, "My name is Jin Qingqing." Lang Wei waved his hand and said, "I know that. Chen told me." "Oh, right. Are you really Yiming's fiancé? He's not good enough for you. You're high and mighty, like a fairy and a phoenix, but that guy is a mad dog." As Lang Wei spoke, he pushed Wu Shuang away, completely ignoring the latter's increasingly livid face. The more he spoke, the more energetic he became. Lang Wei's enthusiasm also made Jin Qingqing feel very uncomfortable, and she deliberately avoided him. When Lang Wei first saw Jin Qingqing, he was immediately shocked. Unfortunately, there were many powerhouses guarding Jin Qingqing, so he could not get close to her. Moreover, after knowing that she had an identity that was not weaker than a titled person, he was too embarrassed to go up and strike a conversation with her. However, it was different now. Lang Wei became enthusiastic when Jin Qingqing followed them. Facing the excited, fanatical, and endless Lang Wei, Jin Qingqing felt a little helpless. Fortunately, the next scream completely resolved her embarrassment. Wu Shuang grabbed Lang Wei's ear and pulled him to the side. "Beauty, haven't you seen a beauty before? Isn't your sister Wu Shuang a beauty?" Wu Shuang was angry and put on the airs of a big sister. "Of course I'm a beauty, but you're also a big sister." Lang Wei quickly nodded, but it was useless. A moment later, screams were heard. Zi Chen, Heavy Hammer, and Jin Qingqing walked towards the outside. Hearing the screams behind them and the smiles on Zi Chen and Jin Qingqing's faces, Hammer sighed, "It's good to be young." The smile on Zi Chen's face froze. It seemed that he was no longer young and was already a 1,000-year-old monster. When the two of them returned, Lang Wei's face was already bruised and swollen. It was as if he had a pig's head on his head. He blinked his two small eyes and looked pitiful. To be able to beat a true high-level life form like this, it could be seen that Wu Shuang's strength had improved a lot when she ascended the peak this time. When they arrived at the dense forest where they had fought, the tree demons recognized Zichen. They all let out strange cheers and opened a straight path for Zichen. Zichen told Jin Qingqing that this was the place where the ancient Tree King had fallen. Of course, this was also the place where Shang Guanhong had obtained the opportunity. Through spiritual communication, Zichen learned that Shang Guanhong had not appeared. After passing through the dense forest, they walked for a while. That was the place where Wu Xia had left. He had left with the undying bird, and no one knew where exactly he had gone. After staying here for 3 days, they decided to leave when they did not see Wu Xia and Shang Guanhong. It's gone. The mountain where the giant manifested should be here. When they arrived at the area where Manshur was, they were surprised to find that the giant mountain had disappeared. The ruins should have disappeared, and Manshur found the mountain spirit's inheritance. "Let's go," Zichen said as he looked at the empty space in front of him. Without seeing the materialized mountain, they could not be sure where Manshur would appear. They had no choice but to leave. The same scene happened at the place where Dongqing had left. Back then, there was an ancient castle there. There were 99 steps in front of the ancient castle. Zichen risked his life and sent Dongqing to the door of the hall. After that, Dongqing stepped into the hall, and the door was completely closed. It was unknown whether Dongqing was dead or alive. When they left, they could still see the ancient castle, but now it was gone. Disappearing meant many things. Perhaps Dongqing had obtained the inheritance and was accepting it, so the ancient castle could not be seen. Another situation meant that Dongqing had died. After all, when Dongqing entered, there were many powerful auras in the hall. Back then, even Zichen did not dare to enter the hall, but Dongqing walked in without hesitation. The scene back then was still vivid in his mind. Among everyone in the group, Zichen was most worried about Dongqing. Zichen stood in place and did not say a word. He was silent for a full 5 days. During these 5 days, Zichen stood there quietly. No one came to disturb him. After 5 days, Zichen composed himself and turned to leave. Although he did not believe in God, he was praying in his heart. Next, they embarked on the real journey home. During this time, they would occasionally encounter some cultivators. These cultivators were still wandering around the area, looking for opportunities. When they saw Zichen, their expressions changed. but they did not dare to approach him. Now, Zichen's team of 5 could be considered the strongest team in the entire domain prefecture. After a few days, Zichen and the others successfully walked out of the secret place and flew out of the abyss. "What should we do now?" Lang Wei asked after they came out. Due to Wu Shuang, he did not dare to communicate much with Jin Qingqing in the past few days. He was afraid of being beaten up. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, "Wait for me to come back. We'll go straight to the next level. Sure, and the rest would appear any time." It was indeed not a good idea to stay and wait. They could only move forward for now. However, it was a little surprising that Zichen wanted to leave alone. 3 days later, Zichen, who had left, returned. Back then, Jin Qingqing tricked the people from the other organizations and drove them to the next level. Therefore, she knew where the entrance was. Along the way to the entrance, they encountered many humans who were wandering around. When these humans saw Zichen, their expressions changed immediately. It was as if Zichen had become a household name in just one day, and everyone knew who he was. As their expressions changed, various expressions appeared on these people's faces. The most obvious ones were greed and jealousy. It seems like everyone knows that you've obtained the domain core of spirituality. Heavy Hammer took in the expressions of those people and said with a smile, "Looks like it. That Yiming is really shameless." Lang Wei nodded and then secretly glanced at Jin Qingqing. When he saw that her expression did not change, he secretly sighed in relief. On the way to the second level, they encountered many humans and also some battle spirits. However, they did not fight with each other. They walked to the entrance without any obstructions and then went to the second level. There were 9 levels in Tongyu Tower. They were only 1 level away from reaching the top, because they had spent too much time on the 3rd level, and because of the inexplicable tremors, the great fortuitous encounters on each level had been revealed ahead of time. Therefore, there were not many fortuitous encounters on this level, and there was not a single great fortuitous encounter. The humans they saw on the 2nd level all knew Zichen. Clearly, Yiming had done a good job of popularizing them. Lang Wei, who had gone to scout for information, returned and said, "Almost all the major organizations here are heading to the 1st level." It said that there are clues to the perfect territory seed. A perfect territory seed represented a perfect territory world. Although it was not as widespread as the domain core of spirituality and could be used by everyone, it was far more precious than a void tree to cultivators who had not stepped into the domain realm. Speaking of the void tree, the one that Zichen had obtained last time had all been resurrected and hidden in the void of his own world. Maybe we can go to the next level. Without hesitation, Zichen and the others also headed to the 1st level. Chapter 1475. The 1st floor of the Tongyu Tower was the top floor. More than 80% of the cultivators in the entire Manor Realm were gathered there. These cultivators came from many different forces. As time passed, more cultivators would arrive until everyone had arrived. Zichen and the others arrived on the 1st floor without a hitch. The surface area of this floor was the smallest among the 9 floors, so there wouldn't be too many secrets here. The Tongyu domain core had appeared on the 3rd floor. Due to some external reasons, many forces had missed it. However, they would not give up on the perfect domain seed this time. This floor was not big to begin with. Coupled with the deliberate search of some people, they gradually found clues about the perfect domain seed. Next, there's going to be a real battle. Battle intent rose around Lang Wei as soon as he arrived on this floor. He had yet to step into the domain realm, so he was currently at the corporeal realm. To those at the corporeal realm, the perfect domain seed was more precious than the tree of void. Therefore, everyone would fight for it as long as there was a chance. Zichen's gaze focused slightly as he looked ahead. The others were stunned and looked ahead as well. There were lights ahead. These lights were human figures, and there were quite a number of them. These people's speed was very fast, and they were heading straight for Zichen. They were all at the domain realm, and their strength was at the late stage of the first stage domain realm. There were no weaklings among them since they were able to make it this far. They stopped as they approached and stared at Zichen. One of them shouted at Zichen, "You're Zichen. You must have taken the Tong Yu domain core, right? Hand it over." They were very direct. Such a direct method caused a burst of laughter. "It seems like your name has already spread throughout the Manor Realm. After the Manor Realm closes, your name will spread throughout the entire Shantian Prefecture," Lang Wei said with a smile. "It seems like Yiming isn't completely useless after all." Zichen shook his head and said, "I don't need such a way to become famous." The few of them were joking around and did not care about the others at all. Anger immediately appeared on everyone's faces. "Hand over the Tong Yu domain core or die." The cold voice sounded again. At this level, killing people was meaningless. As for luck points, those who could reach this level did not lack luck points. Zichen raised his hand and waved his sleeve. A silver light appeared. These silver lights instantly transformed into thunderbolts. As the thunderbolts raged, they directly enveloped the group. "Let's go!" Ignoring these people, Zichen and the others circled around the lightning and left. Amidst the thunderbolts, the energy was berserk, and shouts could be heard continuously. A moment later, a figure rushed out. His body was charred black, and black smoke was rising from his body. He looked very miserable. After that, another person rushed out. His situation was worse than the first person's. A moment later, the violent lightning dissipated, and everyone's figures appeared. Although these people were still alive, they were more or less injured. When they came out, their faces were filled with obvious fear. If Zichen had thrown out a little more lightning, everyone would have been buried in that violent lightning. I knew it would be like this. If the Tong Yu domain core was so easy to obtain, it wouldn't be our turn. A cultivator complained. He had almost died under the lightning earlier. It's all that Yiming's fault. Another person gritted his teeth, feeling that he had been tricked. After leaving calmly, Zichen and the others discovered several groups of human cultivators. These people were all very powerful, and when they saw Zichen, their faces revealed strange expressions. These people probably had the same idea, but they did not dare to go forward until Zichen left calmly. "Zichen, it's really you." After walking for dozens of miles, Zichen saw a familiar person. It was Xueming from Xuan City. When the latter saw Zichen, he immediately left the group and turned into a stream of light. Zichen looked at Xueming and nodded with a smile. Xueming looked at Zichen with a complicated expression. When they first entered the Tongyu Tower, although Zichen was very powerful, Xueming was confident that he could fight with Zichen. When Zichen was in danger, he even helped him. However, as time passed, as they climbed higher and higher, the gap between the two grew bigger and bigger. Be careful. Right now, almost everyone on this level is looking for you. The people of Golden Leaf City have spread the news of you obtaining the Tong Yu domain core. At the same time, they have your portrait. As he spoke, Xueming took out a jade slip. As he injected energy, a picture of Zichen appeared in the jade slip. At the same time, a voice came out of the picture. Zichen of Huping City at the end of the years has luckily obtained the Tong Yu domain core. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Seeing the image and hearing Yiming's voice, everyone could not help but chuckle. Wu Shuang teased. It seems that Yiming has put in a lot of effort to make you famous. However, why didn't he say that you kidnapped his fiancée? Wu Shuang, you're making fun of me again. Jin Qingqing was furious. She grabbed Wu Shuang's waist, and the two girls started to laugh and play with each other. When Xueming saw the two of them, he was clearly stunned. However, he was shocked by Wu Shuang's next words. At first, he thought that it was just a trap for Zichen. What was the Tong Yu domain core? Now, everyone knew that it was a true treasure. However, how many powerhouses had come here? How could Zi-Chin obtain the Tongyu domain core in front of so many people? Originally, he was just reminding him out of kindness. He did not expect it to be true. Xue Ming was a little dumbfounded. Then he felt extremely disappointed. Clearly, the gap between the two of them had widened. Zi-Chen did not know about Xue Ming's psychological change. He patted Xue Ming's shoulder and said, "Thank you for telling me, but it doesn't matter. If they want my Tongyu domain core, just let them come." His words were filled with absolute confidence. Xue Ming collected his feelings of disappointment and nodded. Then he asked, "You guys should have just arrived here. Are you going to the trading ground?" "Trading ground? Is there a trading ground here?" Zi-Chen was stunned. From the 5th level onwards, every level has a trading ground. This is the top level. The trading ground here is bigger, and there are more good things inside. "Even the void tree is here," Xue Ming said. Hearing this, everyone's attention was attracted. Even the two girls who were playing around turned around and looked at Xue Ming curiously. "Void tree? There's a void tree here?" Zi-Chan was surprised. One had to know that the void tree was a priceless item in the outside world. Even in this place, such an item was definitely a treasure. However, why would someone sell it? Seeing Zi-Chen's expression, Xue Ming laughed and said, "When I first heard the news, I was as surprised as you. However, after going to take a look, I realized that the item was for people to see and not for sale." "What do you mean? Is it just for show?" Lang Wei asked. "No, it's just that the price is too high. It's ridiculously high. Even high-level life forms can't gather so many luck points." Xue Ming shook his head and said, "If we say that the battle spirits doing business on the first few floors were fair, then on this floor, those fair battle spirits are like crazy. Their asking price is more than 10 times the usual price. Of course, there are indeed many good things. It's hard to explain. Why don't you come with us and have a look? We're going back to the trading ground anyway." "Sure." Zi-Chin nodded and agreed happily. On this level, everyone had nowhere to go. It was not bad to see some good things in the trading ground. On this level, other things were not transmitted quickly, but news spread very quickly. Before Zi-Chin arrived at the trading ground, news of him coming to this level spread. However, immediately after, news of more than 10 strong people besieging Zi-Chin and failing to defeat him spread. Then, more accurate news came out. At Zi-Chen's side, there were 2 real high-level life forms and an existence that was not weaker than a high-level life form. Most importantly, the leader of Golden Leaf City, Jin Qingqing, who was comparable to a legend, was also on the same path as Zi-Chen and the others. As a result, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to have ideas about Zi-Chen. Those who really had the strength to fight Zi-Chen shook their heads and smiled after hearing the news that Zi-Chen had reached this level. After such a long time, the domain heart was long gone. If they had the leisure to deal with Zi-Chen, it would be better to find a perfect domain seed. Of course, although they decided not to do it themselves, they could send some people to intercept and harass Zi-Chen. However, this kind of harassment completely ended after a few thunderbolts appeared. When they arrived at the trading ground, Zi-Chen only threw out a few thunderbolts. During this period, he did not make a move. As for the thunderbolts, Zi-Chen had found them in the collapsed Thunder Clan world 3 days after he left. Yi Ming, who heard the news, was also anxious. He wanted to fight Zi-Chen to the death. However, he forced himself to endure it. It was not the time to deal with Zi-Chen yet. Under the lead of Xue Ming and the others, Zi-Chen and the others arrived at the trading ground on the first level. This trading ground was very big, like a huge castle. Unlike the trading ground on the first few levels, there were many battle spirits guarding this place. These guards were all level 6 battle spirits, equivalent to the peak of the first domain realm. The guards stood in 2 rows, standing indifferently. The human cultivators came and went, passing through the gate and entering the trading ground. There are guards here. Could it be that this Tongyu Tower also has a force? Seeing these guards, the crowd could not help but speculate. After entering the gate, they arrived at the trading ground. The area was very big and there were many stalls. As far as the eye could see, the items emitted a bright light. Chapter 1476. There were a lot of people in the trading area, so the arrival of Ziqin and his group caused a small commotion. Everyone stared at Ziqin and his group, as well as Ziqin. However, there were battle spirit enforcers there, so no one dared to cause trouble. After entering the trading area and seeing the items placed in front of the battle spirit vendors, even with Ziqin's eyesight, he was still moved. Level 4 royal weapon broken. Its power is equivalent to a level 2 royal weapon. Its price is 3 million luck points. Broken level 5 royal weapon, equivalent to a level 2 royal weapon. Its price is 4 million luck points. Level 6 royal armament, broken, equivalent to a level 3 royal armament, 8 million luck points. Level 6 royal weapon. After seeing the introduction of the royal weapons in front of the booths, Ziqin and his group looked at each other. The weapons sold on the first few floors were all level 1. A level 1 royal weapon was equivalent to a level 1 domain cultivator, while level 9 domain cultivator was equivalent to a level 9 domain cultivator. However, there were almost no level 1 royal weapons in sight. Almost all of them were level 2 or 3. This was equivalent to a level 2 or 3 domain cultivator. In Huping City, Shangguanhong's father was only a level 3 domain cultivator. Even the city lord of Huping City was only a level 5 domain cultivator. However, there were level 6 and even level 7 broken royal weapons here. In addition to these royal weapons, there were also many elixirs and special items. The most common item here was still royal origin liquid, but its price was hundreds of thousands of luck points. As for the thunder droplet of life, which was much more effective than the origin liquid, each droplet was worth millions of luck points. Although the price was expensive, there was no limit to the number of droplets. If one had luck points, they could buy an unlimited number of droplets. As for cultivation techniques, combat techniques, and the like, there were many ancient and incomplete manuals. Many of them would tempt even high-level life forms. Unfortunately, when they saw the frightening amount of luck points, even high-level life forms retreated. As they reached the top of Tongyu Tower, the luck points they received did not increase. Instead, they decreased. Before Ziqin obtained the channeling domain core, he had not obtained a single luck point in the small world he had entered. The higher they went, the higher the level of the battle spirits. If they weren't awakened ones, then they were too strong. These battle spirits all had very strong vigilance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't let themselves take risks. When they saw that the situation was not good, they would take the initiative to retreat. Just like the fight for the spirit-linking domain core, many powerful battle spirits didn't go. As for those battle beasts, their strength was also getting stronger and stronger. However, after killing them with great difficulty, he no longer obtained any luck points. Therefore, although there seemed to be many treasures here, no one could actually exchange for them. It was like a city in the sky that could only be seen, but not touched. It was also like a treasure mountain floating in the middle of a restricted airspace. The treasures on the mountain sparkled, dazzling the eyes, but one could only stare at them. All the humans who stepped into this trading area couldn't help but click their tongues when they saw the things placed in front of Zhanling. Then they sighed again and again. What do you mean? There are so many good things, and the price is so high. It's obvious that they don't want people to exchange for them. Are they purely here to show off? Wu Shuang pouted, looking very dissatisfied as she said angrily. She had taken a fancy to several good things, but she couldn't exchange for them. They must be here to show off. there are guards at the door, and there are many people who maintain law and order in this trading area. Also, look at these stall owners. Their noses are all pointing to the sky. If they aren't here to show off, what are they? Lang Wei agreed with Wu Shuang's point of view. These words were not only heard by Zi Chen and the others, but also by the battle spirit stall owners. They just glanced at Lang Wei indifferently and didn't say anything. This made Lang Wei believe that they were here to show off. Humph! What's the point of showing off here? If you have the ability, go outside the trading area and show off. Lang Wei coldly snorted and said provocatively, as a high-level life form devouring sky wolf. Lang Wei was not afraid of anyone. If these stall owners really set up their stalls outside, Lang Wei would naturally dare to go up and rob them. Looking at these good things, the prices were far from what people could afford. Zi Chen was silent. Heavy Hammer was silent as well. Xueming had separated from Zi Chen when they arrived, so there were only 5 people in the group. Only Jin Qingqing's beautiful eyes were shining as if she was thinking about something. I don't think they're here to show off, Jin Qingqing, who was walking forward, suddenly said. Jean Marin, if this isn't showing off, then what is? These things are dazzling me and I'm in a trance. I have an uncontrollable urge to beat someone up. Lang Wei turned to look at Jean Marin and stopped looking at the dazzling things on the stalls. The prefecture domain is a training ground. What reason do they have to show off to us? As for this place, it has its own faction. Otherwise, the prefecture domain wouldn't be able to open, Jin Qingqing explained. If they aren't here to show off, then why are these things so expensive? Why are they asking for such ridiculous prices? Lang Wei asked. Jin Qingqing hesitated for a moment before she said, along the way, the number of luck points has been decreasing. In the end, there were no more luck points. Now that so many things are on display, perhaps there are places where we can get luck points. It's just that we haven't found them yet. Oh, now that you mention it, it does make sense. Lang Wei nodded. It doesn't just make sense. It makes a lot of sense. Many of these things are very good. They're placed in front of us to stimulate us. Perhaps it won't be long before a secret place appears for us to train or explore, Zichen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. They didn't deliberately suppress their words, so the battle spirit stall owners heard them. They were originally calm and composed, but when they inadvertently raised their heads, a bright light flashed in their eyes. They had seen so many good things along the way that they were almost numb to them. However, when they saw the glowing void tree, they were still shocked. Everyone knew how precious the void tree was. Its value couldn't be measured by price in the outside world. However, in the prefecture domain, the price of a void tree was 100 million luck points. Zi Qin had quite a few void trees with him, but when he saw the void tree in front of him, his eyes still glowed. The more void trees there were, the better. The more void trees there were, the faster one's strength would increase. At that moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the void tree, so they didn't look at the stall owner at all. After Chong Chue appeared, his gaze fell on the battle spirit stall owner. For a moment, he was stunned and looked at the stall owner in a daze. The latter also looked at Chong Chue with a faint smile on his face, but there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. How many void trees do you have? Lang Wei suddenly asked. No one answered him. Do you have any more void trees? Lang Wei asked again, but there was still no response. As if sensing a subtle atmosphere, the gazes of the other people moved away from the void tree and landed on the battle spirit stall owner. His expression was clearly startled, and then he shouted in surprise and joy, Senior, why is it you? The stall owner shifted his gaze from Chong Chue to Zichen. He nodded at Zichen and said, We meet again. Do you know each other? Lang Wei turned to look at Zichen and asked. Zichen nodded. This person was the black-robed battle spirit that Zichen had seen before. The original owner of the scabbard in his hand was Ba Dao, who had left a deep impression on many battle spirits of the other tribes. When Ba Dao had turned into a stream of light and disappeared, Zi-Chun thought that he had gone to the deepest part of the domain manor. He didn't expect him to come to Tongyu Tower and become a stall owner. "I didn't expect to see you here," Chong Chue said. Ba Dao smiled and said, "Actually, I've been waiting for you here." "Waiting for me?" Chong Chue was stunned. Then he said, "It seems that I was able to find my weapon and some remnant memories because of you guys, right?" The stall owner nodded. He could no longer hide the excitement in his heart. The two of them stepped forward and gave him a big bear hug. "Welcome back," the stall owner said. "Good brothers." Chong Chue couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Many years later, two of the three commanders who had terrorized the outsiders had turned into battle spirits and returned. Seeing the brothers reunite, Zi-Chen and the others stood to the side and didn't disturb them. The reunion of brothers is such a touching thing. But how can I not be present at such a touching moment? A voice with a smile suddenly sounded from behind everyone. Hearing this extremely familiar voice, Zi-Chun subconsciously turned his head and saw a person surrounded by lightning. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He was the Thunder Clan's battle spirit that Zi-Chin had met when he obtained the 9-star Thunder King body. The battle spirit winked at Zi-Chin and walked toward Chong Chue. "Shanlei, you're back too?" Chong Chue was surprised to see the Thunder Clan's battle spirit. "Of course. Ba Dao and I have been waiting for you for a long time." Shanlei stepped forward and the three of them gave each other a bear hug. After the three great commanders died and turned into battle spirits, they met once again. A reunion between brothers meant endless things to talk about. Zi-Chun happened to know all three of them. He couldn't help but sigh at how small the manor realm was. The reunion after life and death was a heartwarming scene. Zi-Chin and the others didn't disturb them. Ba Dao suddenly turned around and looked at Zi-Chin. "Kid, we've seen your growth. You're not bad." Shanlei smiled at Zi-Chin. Zi-Chen was surprised and flattered. He hadn't expected the two of them to have been paying attention to him. A token appeared in Ba Dao's hand and he tossed it to Zi-Chin. Zi-Chin caught it and asked curiously, "What's this?" Chapter 1477. Zi-Chen was still in a daze, but the surrounding environment, which was still noisy just now. But in the next moment it became quiet. The surroundings were silent. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone's gaze. In the next moment, it fell on the token in Zi-Chen's hand. The token was shining. It was exuding an ancient aura. It looked very extraordinary. The token was extraordinary. But what was even more extraordinary was the meaning of the token. After taking a panoramic view of the appearance of the token, everyone's gaze shifted again. It fell on Zi-Chen. One by one, the cultivators. They looked at Zi-Chen as if they were sizing up the token. Just now, Ba Dao's words were not suppressed. In addition, the perfect domain seed was too sensitive. It seemed to be a very ordinary sentence, but it was heard by everyone. Zi-Chen was still stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe it. What was the perfect domain seed? He was very clear in his heart. This kind of thing. It was even more precious than the spiritual domain core. It was something that many higher life forms cared about the most. This kind of thing. Although Zi-Chin had the heart to fight for it, but he wasn't completely confident. At most, he wanted to try his luck. And when he came here, he hadn't started looking for it yet. The token and the quota were actually in his hands. He looked at Ba Dao in disbelief. He needed to verify it again. A playful smile appeared on Ba Dao's cold face. He nodded, said, "That's right. That is the key to opening the perfect domain seed." Zi-Chen's mouth was slightly open. He was stunned and shocked. Beside him, there was a wolf howl. Why are you so lucky? More and faster chapters. Please follow. Lang Wei looked at Zi-Chen. His face was full of resentment. Jin Qingqing and Wu Shuang looked at Zi-Chen. It also became extremely complicated. The spiritual domain core. They could not fight for it. They could give it up. But this was the perfect domain seed. They couldn't miss it. Originally, they wanted to fight. Even if they couldn't get it, at least they tried. They had a clear conscience. But this spot was given to Ziqin. As a result, the two of them couldn't fight. They could not fight either. Why is it me? Ziqin's face was a little confused. Holding the token, he didn't feel happy. There was only solemnity and confusion. He would rather fight for the spot. He didn't want to get this spot directly. This spot was now a hot potato. More and faster chapters, please read. If he held it in his hand, all the cultivators with potential in the entire mana realm would fight for it. If he got it quietly, Ziqin would definitely be ecstatic. But in this kind of environment, however, Ziqin was well aware of this. He couldn't take this thing. He would die if he took it. But there was a voice in his heart telling him, take this token. Compared to others, get the spiritual domain core. You, who refine the spiritual domain core, you still have a great advantage. Domineering Blade looked at Ziqin. He smiled and said, because you got the spiritual domain core. There's no one else in this world. No one is more suitable than you to get the perfect domain seed. The perfect domain seed can only be matched with the spiritual domain core. Only then can it exert its greatest effect. Ziqin heard it. He wasn't grateful. If that was the case, then Domineering Blade could have given it to him secretly. He didn't believe it. A person who had lived for countless years. He wouldn't be aware of the situation in front of Ziqin. The reason why he gave it to him so casually, it was actually a trap that no one had a reason to refuse to jump into. Seeing Ziqin's expression, Domineering Blade smiled again. He asked why. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, give it back to me. Lightning and Heavy Hammer, looking at Ziqin, Wu Shuang, Jin Qingqing, and Lang Wei, looking at Ziqin, all the humans around, including those war spirit stall owners. They were all looking at Ziqin. They were looking at Ziqin. They were all waiting for Ziqin's reply. Ziqin, who was slightly hesitant earlier, after hearing Domineering Blade's words, his eyes instantly became firm. What a joke! The item in his hands. Was there a reason to give it away? Moreover, Domineering Blade said it very clearly. Only he was worthy of having this thing. Then he had to fight for it no matter what. Afraid? What a joke! I, Ziqin, have never been afraid. This thing, it belongs to me. Ziqin was very firm. He put away the token confidently. Oh, in that case, you're not afraid of other forces. Not afraid of everyone. You don't put everyone in your eyes. Domineering Blade asked again. There was a malicious smile on his face. I'm not afraid of anyone who tries to snatch my token, Ziqin said. His words were sonorous and powerful. He was determined not to be fooled by Domineering Blade. He became the public enemy of the prefecture. Voila! Just after Ziqin made his attitude clear. More and faster chapters, please go to. The cultivators who were still gathered here just now. Suddenly they all dispersed. Then they rushed out of the trading ground as fast as they could. In a short moment, in this trading ground, only Ziqin and the other three were left. The others were all war spirits. Ziqin, good job. Shan Lei gave Ziqin a thumbs up. Ziqin, who was full of confidence just now. There was also a bitter smile on his face. Obviously, these people had all gone to inform him. Next, he would be the enemy of the whole world. They went to inform him. If we leave now, it's not too late. Lang Wei whispered. Ziqin shook his head. He said, it's too late. Once we go out, we'll be besieged in an instant. Lang Wei patted his chest. He said, it's okay. We'll escort you out. Where did we come from? Did I agree? Wu Shuang stared at Lang Wei. Lang Wei chuckled. He said, Sister Wu Shuang, There's only one perfect domain seed. At this moment, of course we can't split. Besides, aren't you no match for Zichen? Naturally, you won't be able to get the perfect domain seed. The last sentence. Lang Wei muttered it out loud, but no matter how soft his voice was, Wu Shuang still heard it. Wu Shuang frowned. She said angrily, bullshit. Who said that I can't beat Zichen? Posturing. She was about to hit Lang Wei. Lang Wei raised his hand to beg for mercy. He said, I didn't say that. Uncle who said it when you made a mistake last time. He said that if the two of you were of the same level, you were no match for Zichen. It was precisely because of this. Uncle who said that he would marry you to Zichen. Jean Qingqing looked at Wu Shuang strangely. Then she looked at Zichen. This matter. She had never heard of it before. Zichen smiled bitterly. I don't know about this matter either. Bullshit. Bullshit. That old man is just bullshitting. Wu Shuang shook her little head. She seemed very dissatisfied. After that, she stared at Zichen with her big eyes again. She said angrily, this time the perfect domain seed. You must get it. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying me. Zichen opened his mouth. He was almost petrified. What was this about? They were clearly discussing whether to leave immediately. Why did they talk about marriage instead? Moreover, Wu Shuang actually called herself an old lady. This kind of valiant personality did not need to be explained. It was also not Zichen's type at all. Seeing the reluctant look on Zichen's face. More and faster chapters, please. Jean Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Why, look at you. On the contrary, you're not willing. Don't tell me that I'm marrying you. Wu Shuang glared at Zichen angrily. She spoke valiantly again. Zichen had the urge to cover his face and run away. Fortunately, at this moment he was still very calm. He immediately changed the topic. Said, now are we leaving or not? Let's go. If we don't leave now, wait for everyone to arrive. Then we won't be able to leave. Lang Wei immediately said. Obviously, the perfect domain seed was more important. Wu Shuang no longer pestered him. She agreed to leave immediately. If we leave now, the possibility of success is indeed very high, but you have to face the attacks of everyone outside. If I'm not wrong, those people are inside. There should be quite a few of them who are truly higher life forms. Ba Dao said with a beaming smile. If we don't leave now, if there are more people, we won't be able to leave. Zichen remained silent. He seemed to be thinking about something. The one who spoke was Lang Wei. It makes sense to say that, but if we wait for everyone to come, because there are too many people, they will have misgivings with each other. Although there are more people, the trouble has become bigger, but the chance of leaving is also bigger. You would be so kind to help Zichen. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Lang Wei had doubts about Ba Dao. Ba Dao smiled but didn't say anything. All right, we also have things to do. We've found all your memories. Next, it's time to fully awaken. When the time comes, there will be a big battle. Shan Lei put an arm around Heavy Hammer's shoulder and said. Heavy Hammer nodded. Then he looked at Zichen. He said, you walked out of a crisis. You are a true powerhouse. Be careful. Zichen nodded. Zichen, we all have high hopes for you. Get the perfect domain seed. We will meet again. Shan Lei clenched his fist at Zichen. Then the three of them left. What? You make it sound so nice. But why do you have to deliberately harm others? Wu Shuang curled her lips. What do we do now? Lang Wei looked at Zichen and asked. Let's go out and take a look. Zichen walked forward. There was no one else here. The battle spirit stall owner had nothing to do. Everyone's eyes followed Zichen as he moved. He walked to the gate. Zichen looked outside. There were many human cultivators standing in the distance. These people seemed to be standing casually, but they blocked all of Zichen's paths. Zi Chen had just appeared at the gate. Everyone's eyes looked over. Then they became alert. There are indeed many people. Looking at the dense crowd around him, Lang Wei was also speechless. Compared to the cultivators in the entire domain house realm, there weren't many people here. But if Zi Chen were to leave now, obviously he would be surrounded by many people, and there was no guarantee. There were also some formations waiting for Zi Chen in the dark. There were fewer people, but these people would go all out. In this situation, they would also be tied together. Zi Chen wanted to rush out. Of course, there was a chance, but he would have to pay a high price. Should I go or not? Even Zi Chen, at this moment he was hesitating. However, just as Zi Chen was hesitating, the cultivators in the distance moved. One by one they walked over. The aura around them began to surge. Obviously they were ready to attack. There aren't many people. We can rush out. Wu Shuang swept her beautiful eyes. She said coldly. Then she walked out of the gate. After a slight hesitation, Lang Wei followed closely. Let's open the way first. Wu Shuang's voice sounded again. Chapter 1478. If one was qualified to look down on the first floor of the tower, they would see many streaks of light flying through the air. Some of the streaks of light were human speed, while others were flying Dharma artifacts. They were flying to various places on this floor. These people had originally been waiting at the trading ground. They had heard Zi Chen and Ba Jian's conversation and were now rushing to report it. In a mountain forest, there was a group of people sitting and resting. They were cultivators from the 5th-ranked city of the Shantian Prefecture. This city was called Darkness City. The leader was a man in black robes. His eyes were red, and he looked like a demon from the martial heaven continent. They had been schemed against by Jin Qingqing on the 3rd floor, so they had no choice but to enter the 2nd floor. In the end, they had ascended to the next floor. They had wanted to quickly find the perfect domain seed, but even now, they still hadn't found its exact location. They sat and chatted. One of them sneered. That Jin Qingqing is probably regretting it to death. She schemed against others and offended so many powers. In the end, the domain seed ended up in someone else's hands. That's right. What's the name of the lucky person who obtained the domain seed? I think he's called Zi Chen. It's said that he's from Huping City, said another person. A city that's been around for tens of thousands of years was actually able to obtain the domain seed. It seems that Zi Chen really is a lucky bastard. Many cultivators laughed and chatted. From their words, it was clear that they didn't place Zi Chen in their eyes. The man in the lead remained silent. Sir! A shout came from the distance. Following that, a streak of light appeared in their line of sight. The streak of light was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of them. The person who had come seemed very anxious. Little Three, what's the hurry? Asked one of the cultivators. The man in the lead glanced at the cultivator indifferently. The perfect domain seed has appeared, said the reporting cultivator, panting. What? The originally calm faces of the crowd all changed after hearing those words. As for the leading man, he immediately stood up. A red light flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, What? What did you say? A perfect domain seed has appeared. No, the qualifications to obtain a perfect domain seed have appeared. It was obtained by Zi Chen at the exchange site. It was a token given to him by a battle spirit, said the cultivator in front of the leader's powerful aura. Zi Chen, is that the guy who obtained the domain core? The leader asked. Yes, that's him. The cultivator nodded. Tell me about this matter in detail. Why did Jianling give him the command medallion? At the same time, in other places, the cultivators who had lost the right to compete for the domain core also heard that Zi Chen had obtained the perfect domain seed. Their hearts were filled with resentment. Let's go. Let's hurry to the trading area. I'd like to see what kind of background this lucky guy has. I must obtain the qualifications for the perfect domain seed. Hurry up! Don't let him get away. After hearing the news, the crowd became excited. Then they turned into streams of light and rushed to the trading area. Ziqin, why is it him again? Yi Ming's face was filled with shock when he heard this. Then his face was filled with anger. This damned fellow. I didn't kill him last time. This time he has obtained the qualifications. He is simply seeking death. Forget it. Since he wants to die, I will do him a good deed and fulfill his wish. Everyone was turning back, heading straight for the trading site. At this moment, the trading area did not erupt into a huge battle as everyone expected. Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had just taken a few steps when they were stopped by Ziqin. If they rushed out rashly, it would be very dangerous. Even high-level life forms might die. He hadn't known the two of them for a long time, but the two of them treated him like this. Ziqin was very touched. Therefore, he could not let the two take the risk. What's wrong? If we don't leave now, we won't have another chance. The two returned, looking very confused. This matter should be discussed at length, Ziqin said in a deep voice. Then he retreated into the trading area. This was undoubtedly the safest place. There were many battle spirits guarding it. No one would dare to make a move here. Not only did Ziqin retreat, but he also retreated to the deepest part of the trading area, where he had obtained the token. There is only one chance. If we fight, we can definitely get out. Lang Wei was not willing to give up. He caught up with Ziqin again and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Ziqin was full of confidence. Ba Dao had left, so the stall naturally did not exist. Therefore, Ziqin directly sat on it. Jin Qingqing pondered. She walked to Ziqin's side and said softly, "Don't tell me you want to leave behind a clone and leave with your real body hidden in the void." Ziqin raised his head and looked at Jin Qingqing in surprise. "Your clone is very mysterious, but if you want to, you can see through it," Jin Qingqing said. Ziqin nodded. She was obviously talking about his cultivation when the twins broke the formation. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that the people from back then had already noticed it. "What do you plan to do now?" Jin Qingqing looked at Ziqin and asked, "Let me think about it first." After he finished speaking, Ziqin closed his eyes as if he was really deep in thought. He did not want them to take risks for him, but it was unrealistic to rush out with his own strength. Therefore, he could only use his wits and not strength. Just as Ziqin was thinking, the forces outside also arrived one by one. Among them were people from Xuan City. The real leader was a high-level life form. His realm had not broken through to the domain realm, but his battle strength was not weak. He went to find Xueming as soon as he arrived. "I heard that you have a good relationship with Ziqin." This high-level life form looked like a young man. His eyes were a little cold and his words were full of arrogance. Xueming shook his head and said, "We only know each other. It can't be considered a good relationship." "Sir, for you to ask, could it be?" Xueming naturally knew that Ziqin had obtained the qualifications for the perfect domain seed. "Go and tell Ziqin that if he knows what's good for him, he will give the qualifications to me," the young man said proudly. Xueming raised his head and looked at the young man. His eyes were filled with a strange expression. "What, is there a problem?" The young man's eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction because of Xueming's expression. Xueming shook his head again and said, "It's just a message. Of course, there's no problem. But are you sure you can have the qualifications, or dare to have the qualifications?" "What do you mean?" The young man's eyes showed a touch of coldness because of Xueming's attitude. "You just came out of a secret area. You don't understand the current situation at all. Ziqin is now followed by two high-level life forms. Their realm is the same as yours," Xueming said. "What? There's such a thing?" The young man's expression changed. In addition, Jin Qingcheng from Golden Leaf City is also following Zichen. It's said that Jin Qingcheng's strength is comparable to the 3 titled life forms of the 3 major cities. Xueming said again, but his heart was filled with disdain. Not to mention these 3 people. Even Zichen's battle power was definitely stronger than ordinary high-level life forms. In terms of the battle power of high-level life forms, Xueming couldn't help but admire them. But in terms of wisdom and scheming, he really didn't put them in his eyes. Just like the young man's recklessness, once he was in front of Zichen, he would most likely be slapped to death by Zichen. Hearing Xueming's words, the young man's expression changed, but he was still somewhat unwilling, so he said, "If that's the case, then come with me. I want to see how different this Zichen is." "Okay, then." Xueming didn't refuse because he already disliked this person, even if he was the real leader of Xue and City this time. Under Xueming's lead, the young man came in front of Zichen. "Xueming, why are you here?" Lang Wei was surprised to see Xueming. Xueming smiled at Lang Wei, then nodded at Wu Shuang and Jin Qingcheng. He came in front of Zichen, pointed at the young man beside him, and said, "Zichen, this is the king of Xue and City, Qingfeng." Zichen looked at Qingfeng and nodded. "I heard that you obtained the perfect domain seed. You can't eat it alone, so give it to me," Qingfeng said directly. Xueming was speechless at Qingfeng's straightforwardness. Zichen's indifferent expression had a strange look. "What did you say?" Without waiting for Zichen to ask, Lang Wei stepped forward. Qingfeng glanced at Lang Wei and could feel the pressure of a high-level life form, but he was also a high-level life form, so he didn't fear Lang Wei. He said again, "I said hand over that qualification. You don't have the strength to eat it." "Idiot, if we can't eat it, do you think you can?" Lang Wei curled his lips in disdain. Qingfeng snorted and ignored Lang Wei. Instead, he looked at Zichen and waited for his answer. Zichen's strange look disappeared. He looked at Xueming and asked, "Is he really from Xuan City?" "Yes," Xueming nodded. "All right, for Xueming's sake, get out of here immediately, and I'll pretend that nothing happened." "If you dare to talk nonsense here, you'll die," Zichen said coldly, glancing at Qingfeng. "You." Qingfeng's expression changed. "Get out. I don't even need Zichen to deal with a brainless idiot like you. I can slap you to death." "Get out of here," Lang Wei shouted, his aura surging. "Good, very good." Zichen had many people on his side, and Qingfeng knew what was important, so he turned around and left. Xueming winked at Zichen and followed him out. People like Qingfeng really needed to suppress his arrogance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. After Qingfeng left, some high-level life forms from other forces also came in one after another. Their words were either tactful or arrogant, but their meaning was very clear. For these people who couldn't see the situation clearly and didn't know what was good for them, Zichen only had one word: get out. When necessary, Zichen could activate the life and death battlefield of the trading ground. So, although these high-level life forms were unwilling, they could only leave obediently. This situation continued until some of the more powerful cultivators arrived. The people who came were from Darkness City. These people surged with powerful and palpitating auras. They directly passed through the sealed encirclement and walked to the entrance of the trading ground. Chapter 1479. A murderous aura began to fill the entire trading area. The previously noisy crowd became quiet in the next moment. 12 people walked in from the entrance of the trading area. The leader was a cold man in black clothes. His eyes were glowing red, and he looked very much like a demon. They were from Darkness City. The leader of the group was the king of Darkness City, Dark Mantle. The 12 of them walked through the entrance and went straight to Zichen's stall. Among Zichen's group, the most conspicuous one was not Zichen, but Jin Qingcheng. After the 12 of them entered, their gazes fell on Jin Qingcheng. From their gazes, there was no trace of surprise, only coldness. Jean Qingqing looked at the 12 of them indifferently. After scheming for so long, you didn't get the domain core of Tongling. You must be very disappointed, right? Dark Mantle said coldly. I am a little disappointed. If I had known, I would have thought of a way to chase you all out of Tongling Tower. Jean Qingqing replied indifferently. I'm afraid you won't have the chance in your life. Dark Mantle smiled, then looked at Ziqin and said, You are Ziqin? Yes. Ziqin glanced at Dark Mantle, still sitting cross-legged. Dark Mantle squatted down in front of Ziqin. He sized up Ziqin and said, You want to leave with the quota? That's not realistic. Tell me straight. What price do I have to pay for you to be willing to hand over the quota? Ziqin looked at Dark Mantle, smiled, and said, You are much smarter than the others. I thought you would be like those idiots, thinking that I would hand over the item after a few harsh words. It was hard to tell whether this sentence was praise or disdain, but it made people feel uncomfortable. Dark Mantle's voice deepened and said, State your request. At the same time, a great pressure appeared and pressed on Ziqin. Ziqin glanced at Dark Mantle and said indifferently, Put away your useless pressure. If it was useful to me, the item wouldn't be in my hands. Watch your attitude. A cultivator said coldly. Immediately after, the aura around the 11 of them began to surge, and an even stronger pressure enveloped Ziqin. Dark Mantle, you should know where this is. A cold voice sounded. It was Jean Qingqing. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang stared coldly at these 11 people. Dark Mantle turned around and glanced at Jean Qingqing. This is a trading ground, of course I know. But do you really think that it is safe to stay here? Don't forget, there's still the mortal arena here. That makes sense. This time it was Ziqin who spoke. There was a trace of a smile on his face. He looked at Dark Mantle and said, Of course I'm familiar with the battlefield of life and death. Didn't you ask for my request? My request is to accompany all of you on this mortal battlefield. You want to fight me to the death? Dark Mantle's expression changed. Ziqin shook his head and said, It's not you, it's you and us. The one who walks out of the mortal battlefield alive will get the spot. Dark Mantle narrowed his eyes. Red light flashed in his eyes as he stared at Ziqin. Ziqin looked at Dark Mantle calmly. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang sneered. This was what they had agreed on earlier. If the newcomers were too strong, then they would have a battle of life and death to dampen their spirit. Apart from the 4 major cities, the strongest team was naturally from Darkness City. These 12 people were all experts, especially the Dark Mantle. But Ziqin's group of 4 was not afraid of any of them. No matter how strong the Dark Mantle was, Jean Qingqing could deal with them. As for the others, even if Lang Wei and Wu Shuang could only hold back 2 of them, Ziqin, who had reached his limit, was confident that he could defeat the rest. Perhaps this battle would be a little more tragic, but the ones who walked out alive would definitely be Ziqin's group. Under the gaze of the Dark Mantle, Ziqin looked at him calmly, waiting for his reply. He could still maintain a calm heart under his gaze. If the Dark Mantle still could not see anything, then he would be a pure fool. The 3 titled individuals would not give up the domain core for no reason. As for Jean Qingqing, she had schemed against them and cheated many major forces. Obviously, she was determined to get the domain core. However, not only did she not get it, but she was also following beside Ziqin, who had obtained the domain core. Now, it was obvious that she wanted to help Ziqin. Just from this point alone, Ziqin was already very extraordinary. Such an extraordinary existence naturally would not be a brainless person. Since the other party dared to say that he would have a battle of life and death, he naturally had great confidence. For a moment, the Dark Mantle, who looked cold, hesitated in his heart. Obviously, he could not see through Ziqin. It was impossible for him to agree to this battle for no reason. Zichen looked at the dark mantle, smiled faintly, and said, "If you don't agree, the door is right there. Go, don't let me see you again." "What did you say?" Behind the dark mantle, a cultivator who could not hold back his anger shouted coldly. Zichen's words could be considered as a humiliation and provocation. The dark mantle's face darkened bit by bit. The atmosphere became oppressive again. The faint smile on Zichen's face also disappeared. His eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at the dark mantle and said coldly, "Come and fight if you want to die. If you don't want to die, then get lost. I don't have the time to waste here with you. Let's fight. Who's afraid of you?" Open, behind the dark mantle, a cultivator roared loudly. However, the dark mantle raised his hand and stopped his words. "Big brother." The cultivator looked at the dark mantle, his face filled with anger and confusion. The dark mantle did not speak. The moment Zichen's eyes turned cold, he sensed an aura and also sensed Zichen's realm. His physical strength was equivalent to the late-stage domain realm. His actual realm was equivalent to the half-step domain realm. This realm was the highest realm that all higher beings could reach. It was not just the realm. When he sensed the aura just now, he was alerted and felt a sense of danger from it. The life and death battle had not started yet, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Many battle spirit stall owners were quietly watching the scene. If the two sides fought, it was destined to be an exciting and intense battle. Zichen looked at the dark mantle with cold eyes. The dark mantle's eyes were also extremely cold. The sudden sound of footsteps disrupted the atmosphere of the confrontation. Another group of people walked in. The leader was Yi Ming from Golden Leaf City. Yi Ming arrived, and after glancing coldly at Zichen, he said to Jin Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, why are you here?" Jin Qingcheng looked at Yi Ming with an expressionless face. "Why can't I be here?" Jin Qingcheng's indifference made Yi Ming's expression extremely ugly. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Why are you with him? Are you going to help him at the expense of offending Dark City? Do you know how big of an impact this will have on Golden Leaf City?" A cold smile appeared on Jin Qingcheng's expressionless face. "Now, I'm only representing myself. It has nothing to do with Golden Leaf City." "That's nice to say, but can you leave Golden Leaf City?" Yi Ming said with a dark face. "Stop fooling around and come with me. We don't want to get involved in this matter. When you took your people away, did you remember us? I'll report this matter to the city lord. If possible, I'll report it to my family and leave Golden Leaf City." Jin Qingcheng's eyes became very cold. "You." Yi Ming's expression changed instantly. Obviously, he did not expect things to develop to this point. Jin Qingcheng leaving Golden Leaf City was undoubtedly a great loss for Golden Leaf City. If Jin Qingcheng and her family left Golden Leaf City, then no matter how special Yi Ming's identity was, he would still have to be responsible for this. What nonsense. Is this something you can joke about? Yi Ming snorted coldly. He pretended to be angry, but he was actually panicking. "You think I'm joking?" Jin Qingcheng smiled sarcastically. "I don't care if you're joking or not. When I go back, I'll explain to the city lord about giving up the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed. Also, I'll be the leader of Golden Leaf City in the future. If you're willing to come back, we'll welcome you. Let's go." After saying that, Yi Ming turned and left. Looking at Yi Ming leaving with his people, the sarcastic smile on Jin Qingcheng's face did not fade. Yi Ming and his people came and went in a hurry. From the other's point of view, that pale face of Yi Ming's clearly showed that he did not gain any advantage. "Let's go too." After a slight hesitation, the dark mantle also left with his people. The reason for retreating was not because they were afraid of Zichen, but because they did not want to lose too much in the life and death battle. Even if he participated in the life and death battle and killed Zichen to obtain the qualifications, he would not be able to leave alive. Moreover, he did not have the confidence to win. After all, this method of winning meant that everyone on one side would die in battle. The people of Golden Leaf City retreated first, and then the people of Dark City also retreated. Both of them returned empty-handed. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar, guessing what had happened. However, no matter which guess it was, no one went to find trouble with Ziqin. However, this situation would not last for long. This was because Ziqin could not stay in the trading ground forever. They had many people and had time to wait. However, Ziqin might not have that much time, unless both sides waited until the domain realm closed. For the past few days, Ziqin had been sitting cross-legged and cultivating. However, Jin Qingqing knew that Ziqin was only a clone. His real body was nowhere to be found. Time passed day by day. More and more people arrived at this level. After hearing about the perfect domain seed, they all rushed to the trading ground. What? Ziqin got it again? This Ziqin's luck is too good, isn't it? The fortune teller was surprised when he heard the news. Let's go and take a look. Hidden Mist said, Don't tell me you're giving up? Shen suddenly asked. Chapter 1480. Never give up? That sounds nice. Are you really going to attack Ziqin? Shen asked with a smile. Fortune teller frowned slightly and said, If that's the case, it's indeed a little troublesome, now that everyone is waiting outside the trading ground. As soon as Ziqin comes out, he'll be surrounded. Are we going to take advantage of him? Hidden Mist hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, Of course, we can take advantage of him, but we can't do that to our friends. Shen laughed after hearing that. If that's the case, what do you think we should do next? For other cultivators, this was a simple matter, but the three of them were extremely conflicted. Outside the trading ground, the crowd had been waiting for a few days and was gradually getting impatient. Ziqin, you're still not coming out. Are you going to be a coward? If you don't dare to come out, just hand over the slot. Indeed, it's a waste to give the slot to a coward like you. Some of the cultivators who were not high in cultivation and battle strength began to curse at the outside world under the instructions of some people. Ziqin, you're a disgrace. Not only have you embarrassed yourself, but you've also embarrassed Hu Pingqing. You've also embarrassed Tiger God Mountain. And Beauty Jean, she's following you. She must be feeling embarrassed now. The cursing gradually escalated, and many cultivators joined in to laugh. This was the lowest and most despicable method, but it was very effective. In the trading ground, Lang Wei was already furious when he heard the cursing. If it weren't for Jin Qingqing and Wu Shuang, he would have already rushed out. I know this is a scheme, but these people are too despicable. Lang Wei was anxious. Now that they're all here, they just want Ziqin to go out. We can't be fooled, Jin Qingqing said, but her face was not looking good. Because the perfect domain seed was too important, she was also implicated in the process of cursing. Her battle strength was comparable to a titled expert, so she had never been humiliated like this. If it weren't for the big picture, she would have already rushed out. Of course, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had never been treated like this, so they were naturally depressed. No, I have to go to the entrance and take a look at those cursing fellows. I have to remember them. If I have the chance, I will definitely kill them first. With that, Lang Wei turned around and left. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crisp sound of something being unsheathed was heard. A long saber appeared beside Ziqin, who was sitting cross-legged. It was one step ahead of Lang Wei. It turned into a black light and rushed outside. In the outside world, the cursing continued. An early-stage, first domain realm cultivator stood proudly at the front of the group and shouted at the entrance. Ziqin, you are just a... He had been scolding for a long time, and his mouth was a little dry. He wanted to scold a few more times before taking a break and drinking something to moisten his throat, but he didn't have the chance. A beam of black light instantly appeared and disappeared in front of him. His words stopped there. There was a line of blood between his eyebrows. The cursing suddenly stopped, but it did not affect the people around. Everyone was still cursing to their heart's content. Zichen had killed many cultivators along the way, and his reputation was gradually rising. Usually, those who had just entered the domain realm did not even dare to breathe loudly when they saw Zichen, but now they were cursing him loudly. Some of the weaker cultivators were very satisfied. The cursing continued, and the black light flashed. The others did not seem to care and laughed at the side. When the cursing stopped, the crowd noticed that something was wrong. They looked around and saw that all the cultivators had stopped cursing. A long saber formed by a black light floated in the air outside. A line of blood appeared between the eyebrows of the cultivators who were cursing. A trace of power surged out from the black saber. Wherever the power passed, the cultivators who were standing collapsed. As for their vitality, they had already lost it. There was an uproar in the surroundings. Many domain soldiers appeared, flashing with cold light. Zichen is out. Be careful. Everyone was in a state of alert. But when they looked around, there was no sign of Zichen except for a long saber floating in the air. Just a weapon, and you're already so scared. A cold laugh came from the crowd. Then a human cultivator walked out. This person was at the mid-stage of the first domain realm. He was considered a powerhouse. He looked at the long saber and sneered. Since Zichen is not coming out, I will kindly accept this saber. As soon as he finished speaking, the power around him surged, and he flew forward. Streams of energy circled around his body, forming an oppressive force that enveloped the long saber. Buzz! In the air, the long saber trembled slightly, and a soul shadow appeared in it. It was a small beast with a sharp mouth. At first glance, it looked like an irregular long saber. The moment the crowd saw the small beast, their expressions changed. Someone exclaimed, "It's a spirit weapon, a king's spirit weapon." "That's a blade, golden-eyed beast. Be careful," someone exclaimed. Someone warned the cultivator. The blade golden-eyed beast was a spirit weapon with extremely powerful attacks. It was said to be able to break through anything. It was the best spirit weapon. When the mid-stage first domain realm cultivator saw the spirit weapon, his expression immediately turned serious. His original frivolity was long gone. At the same time, the power surrounding him increased. The moment the blade, golden-eyed beast appeared, it transformed into the shape of a blade and once again entered the long blade. The long blade, which was already surging with a powerful aura, directly increased the aura around it by several times. The originally pitch-black long saber released a golden light in the next moment. It was like a golden lightning bolt that shot toward the cultivator in front. The long saber came straight at him. Sensing danger, the cultivator shouted and changed from an attacking state to a defensive one. However, he had underestimated the blade, golden-eyed beast's attack power. Now that he had sensed danger and reacted, it was already over. Puff! The defense around him was instantly penetrated. The golden light flashed between his eyebrows and disappeared, heading toward the gate. The long saber disappeared from the gate of the trading place. The cultivator, whose eyes were wide open, fell backward. He was killed in one blow. There was dead silence all around. Only a weapon had appeared, but it had killed a mid-stage, first domain realm cultivator. If the real body had appeared, how powerful would its combat power be? The expressions of many cultivators changed when they saw the scene. As for the cultivators who were originally cursing, they felt lucky in their hearts. Clearly, they had avoided a calamity by stopping to rest. If you continue to talk nonsense and speak rudely, I will kill you when I appear in the future. Zichen's cold voice sounded in the silent world. There was some commotion in the crowd because of this voice. The long saber flew back and disappeared in front of Zichen. Lang Wei and the others had seen everything clearly with their spiritual senses. The three of them, who were originally unhappy, relaxed again. Obviously, although Zi-Chun was cultivating, he was still paying attention to the outside world. This time, the deterrence played a big role. The cursing voices could no longer be heard. Of course, the most important thing was Zi-Chen's last sentence. They were waiting for Zi-Chun to come out himself. If Zi-Chen did not appear for a long time, the same thing would happen again. Although I don't know much about that kid, he will definitely appear. Be prepared and check the surroundings in case he suddenly escapes. Yi Ming stood behind the crowd and ordered the people of Golden Leaf City to guard a direction. At the same time, the cultivators of the other forces were also prepared to defend themselves. They were waiting for Zi-Chin to come out. There was only one perfect domain seed, so the factions didn't discuss it. They just stood guard in their own direction. As for the final fight, it would depend on which direction Zi-Chin would break out of the encirclement. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, the crowd's patience was gradually worn out. What has Zi-Chin been doing these days? This was not only the question that the cultivators outside wanted to know, but also Lang Wei and the other two. Zi-Chin had always shown himself as a clone. As for what his real body was doing, the three had no idea. On the 4th day, Zi-Chin, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His clone instantly turned into his real body. The moment Zi-Chin opened his eyes, the three people's gazes fell on him. "Are you going to attack?" Lang Wei asked. Zi-Chin stood up and nodded. His whole body was filled with strong confidence. "What's the plan? Let's hear it. How should we break out?" Lang Wei asked again. Zi-Chin glanced at the three people and said in a low voice, "This time I have a perfect plan. As for you guys, just stay at the back. I will break out alone." "What? Break out alone?" The three people's expressions changed immediately. "It's not good to have too many people. Besides, I already have a plan," Zi-Chin said confidently. "What kind of plan can one person have? It's too dangerous. There are many high-level life forms outside." Lang Wei widened his eyes. He found Zi-Chen's choice hard to believe. Wu Shuang and Jin Qingqing quickly understood Zi-Chen's intention. Their expressions became extremely complicated. "This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to take the risk. Besides, they only want the quota, not my life," Zi-Chin said indifferently. "But if you don't let go of the token, they will take your life," Wu Shuang said. "If it really comes to that, I only want my life." After saying that, Zi-Chin smiled at the three people and walked out of the trading area. The battle spirit stall owners saw this. They were silent, but their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at Zi-Chin. Looking at Zi-Chen's back, Lang Wei shook his head and said, "Watching a friend die is not my style." Lang Wei followed. Wu Shuang gently bit her lips and followed him. Jin Qingqing's eyes flashed. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment, but she did not hesitate and followed Wu Shuang's footsteps. Zi-Chun held his blade and walked out of the trading area. Behind him, Lang Wei, Wu Shuang, and Jin Qingqing followed. Chapter 1481. Zi-Chen appeared at the entrance of the market, standing with his saber in hand. "He's out. Zi-Chen is out. After waiting for so long, he's finally out." When the lazy crowd saw Zi-Chen, they immediately became alert and took out their weapons. Cold light began to flash around them. All the high-level life forms' eyes fell on Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen looked straight ahead with an indifferent expression. Lang Wei and the other two followed closely behind. Jin Qingqing transmitted her voice. "The real experts are hiding behind the crowd. Be careful." Zi-Chen nodded slightly and said, "Don't follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and walked toward the crowd. Zi-Chen did not choose the side where there were fewer cultivators. Instead, he chose the front where there were the most people and experts. If he wanted to successfully obtain the perfect domain seed, this battle was unavoidable. Zi-Chen walked forward. Lang Wei and the other two did not follow. They were waiting for an opportunity to rescue him. At the back, more battle spirit stall owners walked out and quietly watched Zichen. Zichen moved forward. His pace wasn't fast, but it was steady. The encirclement began to shrink. The cultivators all looked at Zichen with cold eyes. Kill! It was unknown who shouted first, but the quiet atmosphere was instantly broken. Everyone held their weapons and charged toward Zichen. Powerful auras began to surge, and the domain weapons began to glow. Swoosh! When the crowd moved, Zichen's indifferent expression instantly turned cold. Lightning surged out from his body, and a violent aura spread out. The 1-star, 3-mark Thunder King physique was displayed. Zichen felt unprecedentedly powerful. He turned into a lightning bolt and rushed forward. Boom! Zichen rushed forward. The aura he carried was like a giant mountain. It was very oppressive. More than a dozen cultivators were sent flying and vomited blood. More than a dozen people were sent flying. An empty space appeared in front of them. Without waiting for others to fill in, Zichen, who appeared, stepped forward. His right hand on the hilt of his saber exerted force and pulled it out of its sheath. Whoosh! A loud and clear saber hum resounded, and a saber light formed by the lightning appeared. The blade light was very bright and dazzling. Within the range of the blade light, all the cultivators could not help but close their eyes. The blade beam struck the cultivators' chests, and a booming sound rang out. Next, the energy shield and defensive armor that the cultivators were wearing broke apart. Next, they coughed out blood as they were sent flying backwards. After the 2 attacks, a cultivator seized the opportunity to attack. A sharp sword pierced through space, triggering a shockwave of energy as it stabbed towards Zichen's back. Swoosh! Light flashed beneath Zichen's feet, and he shifted his body sideways, dodging the attack. He did not turn around, but instead used his elbow to strike behind him. Lightning began to flash. This strike contained a powerful force. The cultivator was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood and suffering heavy injuries. He immediately lost the ability to continue fighting. More attacks came. The lightning wings on Zichen's back flapped, and he began to flicker at a high frequency. While dodging one attack after another, cultivators were also sent flying. During the battle, although Zichen did not kill anyone, his attacks were very heavy. Every time he struck, a cultivator would be seriously injured and lose the ability to continue fighting. Zichen rampaged through the crowd. One cultivator after another was sent flying in all directions. Zichen, on the other hand, opened up a straight path in the midst of the flying crowd and charged forward in a straight line. Energy vibrated and cultivators were sent flying. Shrill screams rang out continuously. At this moment, the combat strength that Zichen displayed was not weaker than any high-level life form. The humans in front of him were unable to stop Zichen at all. Furthermore, in the face of Zichen's charge, they were also frightened. "Spread out, all of you, spread out!" A loud shout came from the crowd. A cultivator walked out with a powerful aura surging around him. This person was Qing Feng from Xuan City, who had been chased away by Zichen. He was a true high-level life form. The crowd retreated, and he stood in front, blocking Zichen's path. Looking at Zichen, who was charging forward, his eyes turned cold. The space behind him began to distort, and a huge beast shadow appeared. This was an unknown beast, but it was definitely a high-level life form. Its body was huge, and it stared coldly at Zichen. In the Manor realm, high-level life forms were the most powerful beings. At this moment, with the appearance of Qing Feng, the others also moved aside, blocking Zichen's other paths. Roar! The beast shadow behind Qing Feng roared. Its thunderous roar resounded in the sky. As Qing Feng moved, the beast slowly raised its right claw. A powerful force surged in its claw, causing the surrounding space to distort and tremble violently. This attack was very powerful. The surrounding people moved aside again, afraid of being affected by the energy. Die! Qing Feng roared. He stretched out his palm and pressed down hard. The void suddenly shook, and a surge of energy descended from the sky. The huge claw pressed down on Zichen. As the claw fell, the sky darkened instantly, and a terrifying aura swept out. Zichen's cold eyes fell on the claw print. His expression did not change at all. The lightning flashing around his body became even more violent. It was like numerous lightning snakes that swam around him. His heart, which had merged with the spiritual domain heart, was beating rapidly. A powerful force was transmitted to every part of his body through his blood. In his chest, the Xingchen formed by lightning became very bright. The 3 runes in it were also very clear. At this moment, the claw fell. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open. If Zichen could not block this attack, there would be no need for the rest of the battle. It was rumored that Zichen was very powerful, but few people had seen it with their own eyes. At this moment, most people were seeing Zichen in action for the first time. Boom! As the lightning surged, the power gathered on his right arm suddenly punched forward. The sky trembled, and a glaring fist light appeared. The lightning fist light, with the power to break the sky, was like an angry dragon. It went against the sky and fiercely collided with the claw. The fist light broke, and the power of lightning spread. The huge claw instantly dissipated under the lightning fist light. At the same time, a surge of violent energy escaped. Many cultivators could not withstand this violent power and were sent flying in all directions. The aftermath of the energy forced many people back, but Zichen did not find a chance to rush out. Soon, many cultivators blocked the gap. In the sky, the violent energy was still shaking. Then a miserable figure flew out. Cough! The one who flew back was Qing Feng. He coughed up blood, and the blood he coughed out was glowing. His face was full of shock. He never thought that he would be defeated in one move. Around, the people who saw this scene could not help but burst into an uproar. A powerful high-level life form was defeated in one move. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qing Feng was only defeated, but he was not seriously injured. He still had the strength to fight, so Zichen's attack did not scare the others. In the next moment, the brilliance flashed, and several high-level life forms rushed toward Zichen. These people had previously said harsh words to Zichen, threatening to force Zichen to hand over the qualification token. In the end, they were scolded by Zichen. Now, they also seized the opportunity and rushed over, wanting to stop Zichen. Roar! Roar! They already knew how powerful Zichen was from the previous attack. So, when they rushed forward, beasts appeared behind them. Although they had yet to unleash the most powerful form of higher life forms, the combined attack of several higher life forms was extremely powerful for the moment. Boom! There was a series of explosions in the void, and one after another, huge claw marks broke through the void, bringing with them the power to crush the sky, and fiercely rushed toward Zichen. Zichen raised his head. In the face of the many attacks, his expression was still cold. His whole body glowed, and the Thunder King body continued to transmit powerful energy. He stomped the ground fiercely, and his whole body soared into the air, hitting those fist lights. Boom! A punch was thrown out, and like a heavy hammer, the void shook violently. The dazzling lightning directly shattered one of the claw marks. Puff! Immediately afterward, Zichen pulled out his sword, and the crisp sound of the sword rang out, and 2 claw marks were cut down. Above the sky, the sound of energy explosions continued to be heard, and powerful forces appeared one after another. Zichen not only blocked the attacks of several high-level life forms by himself, but he also occupied the absolute upper hand. Puff! A high-level life form vomited blood, and the beast's shadows around him were shattered, and his figure flew backward. Puff! Another person was hit by Zi Chen's punch, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew backward. Around, the other cultivators saw the scene, and their faces were full of shock. High-level life forms were already known as the strongest, but in front of Zi Chen, several high-level life forms joined forces, and they were still no match for him. However, although Zi Chen occupied the absolute upper hand and sent several high-level life forms flying, he did not advance far. These high-level life forms stood up one after another, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. They were surprised by Zi Chen's powerful combat strength. Their eyes became colder and colder, and the aura released from their bodies became more and more terrifying. High-level life forms, known as the most powerful existences, were naturally not as simple as a beast shadow appearing behind them. As the terrifying aura was released from their bodies, their figures also changed. High-level life forms were like dragons and tigers. To be precise, they were war beasts, but they were more powerful. And their strongest means, in addition to their innate magical powers, was complete beastification. In the blink of an eye, the few people in front of Zi Chen disappeared and were replaced by huge war beasts. Their bodies released a powerful and terrifying aura. High-level life forms are using their true means. Complete beastification. It seems that these guys are enraged. Zi Chen seems to be having an easy time against the beast shadows. I wonder if Zi Chen can defeat the full shifter high-level life forms. Seeing the full shifter high-level life forms, there were exclamations of surprise from all around. After complete beastification, the aura around the high-level life forms became more and more tyrannical. Chapter 1482. Seeing the figures that had completely transformed into beasts, the other cultivators around them all held their breaths. Complete beastification was almost the strongest move of higher life forms. No matter how strong Zi Chen was, he was just a human. Even if he had shown great power and shocked everyone, how could a human's flesh and blood resist a higher life form that had completely transformed into beasts? The other humans all scattered. This battle had developed into a battle between Zi Chen and the higher life forms. Roar! Aolo! The war beasts roared, their voices shaking the sky. A sound wave visible to the naked eye swept towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen stood in the air, his clothes fluttering. His expression was still indifferent as he let the sound wave come. His physical body was not weaker than the higher life forms. Naturally, he was not afraid of sound waves. Looking down at the huge beasts indifferently, Zi Chen's aura became more and more violent. The flashing power of thunder around him made him look like a god of war. As the lightning flashed, he clenched his fist and punched out. A suffocating pressure appeared in the space around him. Boom! The void shook, and a dazzling thunder fist appeared. This fist emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. Under this aura, the space distorted violently and the sky changed color. The fist was like a huge falling thunder Xingqian. It broke free from the control of the sky, broke through the space, and raged towards the ground. Endless thunder raged and roared. Meteor Thunder King Fist. A low shout came from Zi Chen's mouth. This was the Thunder Clan's battle technique. Zi Chen was indeed a human, but he was a member of the Thunder Clan. This was a very ancient human clan that was once glorious and powerful. The fist that was like Xing Chen's falling fist fell, reflecting the pale faces of the beasts. Feeling this aura, there was a touch of shock in the eyes of all the war beasts. The humans in the distance were so shocked by the power of this punch that they couldn't utter a single word. The fist was vast and powerful, and its speed was also very fast. It approached in an instant and exploded among the higher life forms. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently as the boundless power of thunder spread out. The dazzling light of thunder instantly engulfed the few higher life forms. Within the thunder and lightning, several higher life forms let out angry roars. However, these roars no longer had the same might as before. As the endless thunder and lightning raged, they were like thunder dragons roaring, drowning out all other sounds. Everyone was shocked, retreating again and again. In the distance, the dark mantle from Darkness City had been watching the battle. His expression had always been calm, but after seeing Zi-Chen's punch, his calm expression gradually became serious. This guy has indeed refined the common spirit domain core. His combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. Behind the crowd, Yi Ming, who had yet to make a move, had shock in his eyes. The thunderbolts in the sky disappeared, and the war beasts appeared one after another. Their gigantic bodies were filled with wounds. These wounds were very large, but they seemed very small compared to the size of their bodies. Although the wound was small, the lightning energy on it continued to wreak havoc, corroding his body through the wound. It was impossible to expel it in a short period of time. The eyes of these higher life forms were filled with shock and anger. They couldn't wait to rush forward and tear Zi-Chen to shreds. However, there was no chance. After defeating them with a punch, Zi-Chen continued forward. As for the several higher life forms behind him, he didn't care at all. If there was enough time, Zi-Chen was confident that he could kill them. Both sides were already at the same level. In addition, Zi-Chen had refined the common spirit domain core. His combat strength had long surpassed that of ordinary higher life forms. The energy shook in the sky, but it was quiet below. Everyone was shocked by Zi-Chen's powerful combat strength. A human could actually have such powerful combat strength. This was almost beyond common sense. That's the Meteor Thunder King Fist, a king-level technique of the Thunder Clan. Its power is really extraordinary. A battle spirit saw through it and said in shock, "That's a kind of unranked technique. It's very special." It's said that after Shan Lei arrived here, he deliberately left it for Zi-Chen. I didn't expect him to really comprehend it. Another battle spirit said. The faces of the other battle spirits were also suffused with thick shock. Zi-Chen moved forward in the air with an indifferent expression and a stalwart figure. The higher life forms behind him were ignored like this. Their eyes instantly turned cold, and they wanted to rush toward Zi-Chen. Roar! A sky-shaking wolf howl suddenly came from behind. A single-horned sky-swallowing wolf appeared from behind. It turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the injured higher life forms. Then a clear cry sounded. A big, colorful bird bathed in colorful light, exuding a tyrannical aura, flapped its wings and followed the sky-swallowing wolf. The ones who attacked were Lang Wei and Wu Shuang. Lang Wei's original form was a sky-swallowing wolf, while Wu Shuang's original form was a colorful peacock. With Lang Wei and Wu Shuang attacking, Jin Qingqing didn't need to do anything. She just walked forward. Zi-Chen, stop it right now. A cold shout sounded. Yi Ming led people forward and blocked Zi-Chen's path. The cultivator representing the 4th place of Golden Leaf City attacked. This was a group of humans who were comparable to higher life forms. They were all at the late stage, 1st domain realm, and had extremely strong combat strength. Their expressions were cold. They stood in front of Zi-Chen with their domain weapons, and the power around them surged. Attack! Following Yi Ming's shout, the domain weapons in everyone's hands began to shine. One after another, beast shadows appeared on the domain weapons. Obviously, these were not pure king-level domain weapons, but king-level spirit weapons. Rays of light flashed, and the weapon spirits merged with the spirit weapons. One after another, powerful attacks appeared and charged toward Zi-Chen. The space began to tremble violently. Many king-level techniques were displayed. Waves of pressure enveloped Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen felt as if his body had fallen into a quagmire. Boom! But then Zi-Chen punched out. It was still the Meteor Thunder King fist from before. The power of the fallen Thunder Chin appeared again. The dazzling and powerful fist light illuminated heaven and earth. Wherever the fist light passed, the pressure formed by the surroundings instantly dissipated. The fist light moved forward and exploded. Exclamations and screams were heard. The human cultivators in front of him were instantly thrown off their feet. They were sent flying in all directions, coughing up blood and injured. With one attack, Zichen opened a straight path for himself. That was the difference between them. If he could defeat several higher life forms with one attack, these humans would be nothing. However, in the next moment, a sense of danger rose in Zichen's heart. His eyes flashed, and the long saber that had not been unsheathed suddenly came out of its sheath. Whoosh! The shining saber light flashed toward Zichen's side. Bang! The saber light encountered a physical attack and instantly exploded. A wail was heard, and a pitch-black little beast was sent flying into the distance. The little beast had sharp fangs, and its triangular eyes were filled with fear. Its claws were cut, and red blood flowed out of the wound. Obviously, it was frightened by Zichen's attack. After Zichen saw the little beast, he instantly understood. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It must be the beast tamer Yi Ming's doing. If one wanted to become a beast tamer, the prerequisite was to become a beast tamer. However, this little beast could block his attack after he was alerted and was only injured. It was obviously very unusual. As soon as the attack was launched, Zichen sensed danger again. In his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, a golden figure stood proudly. The moment he was alerted, the figure held the saber and pulled it out. A dazzling golden saber light appeared in the sea of consciousness, rushed out of the sea of consciousness, rushed out of Zichen's eyebrows and slashed forward. Uft! Wherever the golden saber light passed, the figure in front of him that attacked like lightning was instantly scattered. As the figure disappeared, Yi Ming's face turned pale instantly. He half knelt on the ground and coughed up blood. In the battle of spiritual senses, he was defeated in one move again. His pale face was filled with confusion, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The people who saw this scene in the distance were in an uproar. Now, Zichen was like an invincible thunder god. All the humans and higher life forms that came forward were defeated. The battle at the back was still going on, but Wu Shuang and Lang Wei could not delay Zichen. Zichen did not have much time, so he could only speed up and charge forward. The Meteor Thunder King fist opened the way, and Zichen pulled out his saber from time to time. Swoosh! Swoosh! The brilliance was still flashing. More humans appeared, more special beings appeared, and more higher life forms came forward to block the way. There were cultivators from more than 100 cities here. Even if there was only one special being in each city, there would still be more than 100 people. Yi Ming had fallen, but more existences that were not weaker than Yi Ming had appeared. When a higher life form was sent flying, more higher life forms appeared. Even if Zichen was a god of war, he would still be defeated in the face of a siege. In this battle, all the spectators were moved, and all the battle spirits were moved. Zichen was like an undefeated king, moving forward in a straight line. Wherever he passed, energy shook, thunder raged, and people were thrown off their feet. Zichen, stay! A sneer sounded, and the golden gorilla appeared in front of Zichen. Ha ha! A loud laugh sounded, and a tyrant bear appeared next to the golden gorilla. The higher life forms that Zichen had beaten up on the 3rd level also appeared one after another, blocking Zichen's path. Zichen had been charging and attacking along the way, and he had consumed a lot of energy. This was not only his strength, but also his spirit. Just like the Meteor Thunder King fist. Although it was powerful, it consumed a lot of energy every time it was used. Zichen, who was panting, looked at the people blocking his way, and then looked at the others who had already surrounded him. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. These guys were obviously afraid of being beaten up before and did not dare to appear. Now that he had consumed a lot of energy, they dared to appear. Boom! With a sneer on his face, the lightning around Zi Chen's body flashed again and became violent again. Then the dazzling lightning exploded, and many cultivators could not help but close their eyes. Chapter 1483. There were hundreds of Zi-Chin, and all of them looked the same. Their bodies glowed, and they looked like hundreds of invincible kings. The original empty space was instantly filled with these invincible kings. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded for a moment. And in that short moment, the hundreds of Zi-Chin turned into lightning and flashed in all directions. These are all clones. They don't have much battle power. Destroy them all. Zi-Chin used his clones to escape. It means that he can't fight anymore. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Someone shouted, and the others followed suit. One after another, the clones were destroyed. In the process of destroying the clones, there was a figure that was extremely fast. It seemed to be escaping at top speed, and during that time, it dodged several powerful attacks. The others unanimously believed that this was the real body. Many attacks were launched, and a few people also chased after it. But then, in another direction, another powerful Zi-Chin appeared. He displayed many mysterious techniques in an attempt to break out of the encirclement. Hundreds of clones fled in different directions, but one after another, dazzling attacks came from all directions. Energy blasts erupted and the clones were destroyed. Smoke and dust filled the air and the scene became extremely chaotic. An unassuming cultivator, in the face of the many attacks, squeezed his way through the crowd. It seemed as though he wanted to leave. "You won't be able to fool us with this cheap trick of yours." With a flash of brilliance, Jin Meng appeared in front of this person. He coldly looked at this ordinary-looking human and said, "There are hundreds and thousands of pairs of eyes watching all around. All your tricks are useless." The human was stunned at first, but then his face turned cold. Then he threw out a punch. This punch was actually shining with lightning. These lightning bolts were so powerful that they directly sent him flying. This human was none other than Zi-Chin. His clone had never failed, but this time it had failed. It wasn't that the clones were bad, but that there were too many people around. His every move was under the watch of many eyes. Just as the real body reappeared, those clones were all destroyed, and he was once again surrounded. This time, Zi-Chin truly experienced the horror of having too many people. Even if he used 2 Thunder King fists in a row, he still couldn't break out of the encirclement. Zi-Chen was almost surrounded by people, and the leaders were several high-level life forms. They didn't completely transform because Zi-Chen had consumed a lot of energy and his battle power was not as strong as before. "Leave the thing, or you will die miserably." Jin Go looked at Zi-Chin, who was already covered in sweat, and smiled coldly. A beast shadow appeared behind him. "Leave the thing behind, and I can still leave you a whole corpse." Xiongba also said coldly, and a big bear appeared behind him. As for the other higher life forms, they coldly stared at Zi-Chin. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Behind them, beast phantoms appeared and coldly stared at Zi-Chin. Powerful auras surged. Around him, other people surrounded Zi-Chin, and Zi-Chin couldn't break out at all. Jin Qingqing didn't make a move because she couldn't find the opportunity to do so. For Zi-Chin, these people weren't strong, but they had the advantage in numbers. Zi-Chin didn't kill people, so after these people were beaten back, as long as they still had the strength to fight, they would come forward again to surround him. In the rear, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei were still fighting with several injured high-level life forms, and they were still stalling for time for Zi-Chin. "You think you can trap me like this?" Zi-Chin consumed a lot of energy. He was covered in sweat, and his spirit was slightly sluggish. He had endless power, but not endless spirit. Especially in this kind of battle with great pressure, the consumption of spirit was very fast. But to be able to do this, in the eyes of others, Zichen was enough to be proud of. After today's battle, as long as Zichen was alive, they believed that even if 3 to 5 high-level life forms gathered together, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Zichen. Zichen, a human, was able to suppress high-level life forms. In the eyes of others, this was simply a miracle. Everyone admired Zichen's combat strength, but they also thought that Zichen would stop here, because there were too many cultivators around. Just in front of Zichen, there were several high-level life forms blocking his way. Some powerful existences in Darkness City and other cities didn't even make a move. No matter how they looked at it, Zichen's path would end here. Boom! Zichen's body was surrounded by violent thunder. This time, the violent thunder was no longer the power of Zichen's body, but an external force. This was Zichen's last resort, borrowing the power of thunder to open a path for him. Rumble, rumble. Endless thunderbolts appeared, and the boundless thunder force vibrated, forming a sea of thunderbolts. This sea of thunderbolts contained a violent thunder force. Facing this thunder force, even a higher life form would have to be cautious. This was one of Zichen's biggest reliance. He still had a lot of this kind of thunder. The people in front of Zichen had already suffered this kind of loss, so they were already prepared. Just as the thunder power around Zichen's body surged, they had already turned into streams of light and rushed out. Attack with all your strength. Attack with full speed. While retreating, the several greater life forms also continuously shouted. The humans who were still in a state of shock on the periphery instantly regained their senses and unleashed powerful attacks one after another. As soon as the violent sea of thunder appeared, many attacks appeared from all directions. These attacks were like huge meteorites, smashing towards the sea of thunder. These attacks fell on the sea of thunder, and a piece of thunder light dissipated. More attacks fell, dense like raindrops. The sea of thunder that had just appeared disappeared under the naked eye. Zichen's figure appeared from the sea of thunder. There was a touch of astonishment on his face. Obviously, he did not expect the sea of thunder to dissipate so quickly. Haha, Zichen, let's see what other tricks you have. As the sea of thunder disappeared, Jean Meng and the others once again stepped forward to stop him. Zichen looked at these people, and the astonishment in his eyes turned into indifference. Although his expression did not change much, there was no other way in his heart. During the few days he was preparing, it was obvious that these people outside had thoroughly studied his methods and had already prepared a countermeasure. He still had a lot of thunder on him that could turn into a sea of thunder, but now the sea of thunder was obviously not of much use. It would be a waste to use it again. Did he really have to hand over the entry token? There was a touch of unwillingness in Zichen's indifferent eyes. It was not his usual practice to hand over something that belonged to him for no reason. But now, what else could he do? Noticing the change in Zichen's eyes, everyone expected that Zichen had no more tricks up his sleeve. At the back, a light flashed in the eyes of the Dark Mantle, and they planned to go forward. Obviously, even if Zichen was going to hand over the entry token, it would not be to those guys. There were many powerful existences in the crowd. Their minds became active, and they began to walk forward. Jean Meng and the others had obviously noticed the scene, and so they closed in on Zichen. It seems that we can only stop here. To be able to come here, this Zichen is also extremely extraordinary. Even those titled ones are at most like Zichen. In the crowd, there was the sound of human discussion. At the back, the group of battle spirits also shook their heads and sighed. Zichen's path forward was stopped, but his battle strength was admired and shocked by everyone. At this point, Zichen had no other way. If he had to force his way forward, then he could only hope for a miracle. The reason why miracles were called miracles was because they were usually very rare, or rather impossible to encounter. But other than miracles, there were many coincidences in the world. Although these coincidences could not be called miracles, sometimes coincidences were equivalent to miracles. Just behind the crowd, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared, and a person appeared in the vortex. This was a burly man, and he was extremely tall. As soon as he appeared in the vortex, he saw the scene below. He saw the crowd below, and also saw the person being surrounded, and heard the conversation between the two sides. His face, which was originally filled with joy, now had a touch of coldness, a touch of cold, killing intent, and a touch of madness and malevolence. So he went berserk. Boom! The berserk hymn seemed to have exploded a piece of space, and an earth-shattering sound resounded between heaven and earth. In the next moment, his already tall figure grew even taller. His whole body was black and shining, and he looked like a black iron giant made of black iron, and his body was full of powerful energy. He was not made of steel, nor was he a puppet, but a miracle of life. He was transformed from a mountain spirit, and his original form was a very strange black stone. After countless years of transformation, the black stone gradually developed spiritual intelligence and gradually transformed into a human body. His formation was a miracle of life. Those who dare to block Zi Chen's path die. When he saw the scene below, he went berserk, and so he roared. His voice shook the 9 heavens, and the 9 heavens' divine thunder exploded. He landed on the ground, and the black light around him shone even brighter. Like a black mountain, he charged forward. Bang! Bang! The sudden appearance of a talking mountain behind them also shocked everyone. But soon the mountain slammed into them, and many cultivators were sent flying. Some cultivators were directly smashed into pieces, and they died. Zi Chen had not killed anyone before, but the arrival of this giant mountain killed many people. Zi Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the sudden appearance of the giant mountain peak. He was originally very unwilling to accept this outcome, but when he saw the sudden appearance of the giant mountain peak, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Man-Shur, the black mountain giant that appeared, was Man-Shur. He did not die, but he had transformed and returned. Boom! Wherever Man-Shur passed, all the cultivators were forced to retreat, and he was like an unstoppable mountain. He was transformed from a mountain spirit, and he was a high-level life form. After receiving the inheritance and completely transforming, he was equivalent to a high-level life form at the mid-stage of the domain realm. Among all the high-level life forms, Man-Shur's realm was undoubtedly the highest. Man-Shur was very strong, just like Zi Chen before, and he could be called an invincible king. But there were too many enemies, and there were too many high-level life forms. Not long after, Man-Shur's body was blocked by several powerful beings. The light in Zi Chen's eyes gradually dimmed, but the coincidence did not end there. Chapter 1484. There were too many people around. Even though Man-Shur was known as the one with the highest realm among the higher life forms, he was still blocked by the other higher life forms. The mountain giant that Man-Shur had transformed into was unimpeded. If they wanted to stop him, they would need the higher life forms to appear in person. Several huge battle beasts blocked Man-Shur's path. Beast roars sounded one after another. The mountain giant fought with the giant beasts. Energy surged violently. The others continued to block Zi Chen. A miracle still didn't happen. The battle spirits, watching the battle from afar, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Even the light in Zi Chen's eyes gradually dimmed. But at this moment, another spatial vortex appeared out of thin air. A green light appeared in the vortex, and there was a glowing figure in the green light. It was impossible to see the appearance of the glowing figure from the outside, but one could see the perfect, curvaceous figure, as well as the slender, willow-like hair fluttering in the wind. a woman walked out of the green light. Compared to Wu Shuang and Jin Qingqing, her face couldn't be considered peerless, but it was very delicate. Most importantly, she exuded an ethereal temperament, like a pure and flawless angel, like a tranquil and serene fairy, as if she had just descended into the mortal world. There was a trace of confusion in her calm and serene eyes. Her beautiful eyes looked around. She frowned when she saw the crowd below. It was as if she didn't like the fact that there were too many people here. After that, she saw the battle between the mountain giants. She recognized that it was Manshur, and her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. After that, she saw Ziqin, who was surrounded by many people. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned cold, and her original tranquil temperament disappeared. What replaced it was anger and killing intent. She raised her hand and pointed downward. Rays of green light fell on the cultivators. Then the earth began to shake. These cultivators instantly turned into towering ancient trees. This was a method that Shang Guanhong had learned before. She could turn people into trees. But this time, after accepting the opportunity given by the ancient tree king and obtaining the inheritance, she could not only turn people into trees, but also tree spirits. The moment these ancient trees became towering ancient trees, the souls that were originally dead suddenly came back to life. Pairs of eyes opened from the ancient trees. These eyes were cold and merciless, filled with dense killing intent. After that, the branches began to spread like spirit snakes, coiling around the bodies of the nearby cultivators. Such a scene stunned everyone. The others retreated one after another, their faces filled with fear. As these people retreated, the tree spirits began to slowly move forward. Their target was Ziqin. They had received orders to open up a path for Ziqin. Shang Guanhong stood in the air, his entire body enveloped in green light. At the same time, streaks of green light scattered everywhere like seeds. Ziqin's original plan was not to kill anyone. But as soon as Manshur and Shang Guanhong arrived, they were in charge of killing. This was especially true for Shang Guanhong. She looked like a fairy, but she had a bloodthirsty heart. She wanted to create more tree spirits to fight, so she needed more humans. The human cultivators retreated again and again. "Stop her!" A higher life form shouted loudly. Then he revealed his true body and rushed over. The crowd, who had retreated far away, saw the tree man fighting the higher life form. When they looked at Shang Guanhong again, their eyes were full of awe. These are all Ziqin's companions. Why are they so strong? How can this be called strong? They're so strong that it's almost ridiculous. The cultivators were exclaiming, while the battle spirits were sighing. Seeing the two appear, Ziqin rushed forward again. "It's useless. Even if someone comes to help you, you won't be able to break through us." Jin Meng sneered at Ziqin, but as soon as his voice fell, a huge black shadow appeared behind him. This black shadow was very fast and went straight for Jin Meng. Jin Meng let out a loud roar as he struck backward with a backhand strike. Bang! With a loud bang, Jin Meng was sent flying by the black shadow. The black shadow was filled with a powerful aura. After Jin Meng was sent flying, it also rushed toward the others. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow swept through several higher life forms, creating an empty space for Ziqin. The black shadow turned around and smiled at Ziqin. It was Wu Xia, who was using the immortal demon body. Ziqin nodded at Wu Xia with a smile on his face. However, no one noticed the sadness in Ziqin's eyes. Manshur was here. Shang Guanhong was here. Wu Xia was here. When they entered the manor realm at the same time, they were all alive. But what about Dongqing? That quiet girl would probably never come back. How dare you be distracted in such a situation? You're courting death. Because Ziqin was distracted, the space cleared by Wu Xia was blocked by the cultivators who came after him. A human at the late-stage domain realm attacked Ziqin, who was distracted. He had a hideous smile on his face, thinking that he could sneak attack him. However, when he was still a few steps away from Zichen, he subconsciously stopped. There was a look of horror and disbelief on his face. Then he stood opposite Zichen and his head exploded. The red and white objects flying toward them were all blocked by a ray of energy. Zichen, who had a sad look in his eyes, looked up. There was also a look of disbelief in his eyes. This was the biggest change in expression he had ever seen since he rushed out of the trading place. He looked up in disbelief and saw a beautiful figure sitting on the back of a snow-white unicorn. Zichen recognized the unicorn. It was the Aurora Pegasus, and the person on the back of the Aurora Pegasus was Dongqing, whom Zichen was very worried about. Dongqing seemed to have noticed Zichen's gaze. When she turned around and saw Zichen, she smiled. Her smile was as sweet as ever, but it belonged only to Zichen. When she turned around, the sweet smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by cold, killing intent. Rays of lightning-like light rushed out of her body and spread in all directions. These rays of light were the spiritual senses of a beastmaster. They entered the bodies of those people. When the rays of light entered their consciousness, their heads either exploded or they fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were pale as they lost all combat power. Seeing the means of a beastmaster, Zichen's eyes began to sparkle. He knew that she had succeeded. From now on, she was a beastmaster. Apart from the twins, the people of Huping City had all arrived. Zichen's exhausted mental strength seemed to have been replenished after seeing Dongqing's transformation. His mental strength became vigorous again, and the lightning energy surging around him became even more violent. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged forward. Charging forward bravely, the undefeatable god of war had returned once again. Damn it! The dark mantle of darkness city secretly cursed. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, he wouldn't be able to stop Zichen. Therefore, he turned into a ray of light and rushed through the crowd to kill Zichen. "Stop right there!" He roared and grabbed Zichen with one hand. Between his palms, there was an extremely powerful force. This force was like a huge net that sealed off all the space around them. Advancing forward was like stepping into a quagmire, and one could only retreat. Zichen naturally wouldn't retreat. He clenched his fist and punched forward. The fist light instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. Xingchen carried a powerful and vast aura and rushed towards the dark mantle. Boom! The fist and palm collided, causing an energy explosion. A violent energy ripple spread in all directions. Zichen's figure shook slightly and dissolved the energy contained in the attack. He then looked at the dark mantle in front of him and saw that he was forced to take 3 steps back. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Although he had already seen the power of the meteor fist, he was still very surprised after coming into contact with it. Battle intent rose around him. Obviously, he wanted to compete with Zichen. A ray of light flashed and a fragrant wind blew. A ray of golden light appeared in front of Zichen. It was Jin Qingqing. "Leave him to me. You go." It was a simple sentence, but it represented Jin Qingqing's determination. In the distance, the injured Yi Ming saw this scene, and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. Zichen nodded and turned into a ray of light and moved forward. The dark mantle wanted to chase after him, but a ray of golden light flashed, and Jin Qingqing stopped him. "You want to stop me?" The dark mantle said coldly. "If you stop here, I won't do anything." Jin Qingqing said faintly, "You want me to stop? Dream on. You can stop me, but can you stop the others? Don't forget that you're not the only titled person in the top cities. You don't have to worry about that." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark mantle and Jin Qingqing started fighting. 2 rays of light, one black and one gold, were constantly entangled with each other. Waves of powerful energy raged. No one dared to approach the 2 of them. Just like what the dark mantle said, There were many powerful existences here. In the next moment, the one who blocked Zichen's path was a person who was not weaker than the Dark Mantle. He was constantly fighting with Zichen. After that, a few more people came forward. They were all very strong, and their goal was very clear. They wanted to stop Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen pulled out his saber. A flash of saber light appeared and blocked the people. He then turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. However, these people were not weaker than Zichen. They followed closely behind him, and there were people blocking their path. Under such a battle, Zichen's exhaustion was obvious. After all, the current him was equivalent to fighting against several Dark Mantle members. Here's the thing. During this time, Zichen was injured a few times. He turned his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. He directly threw the token out. The token turned into a ray of light and flew away. The people immediately abandoned Zichen and chased after the token. Even if they felt that the token might be fake, they still couldn't resist rushing forward. These people abandoned Zichen, and there were people blocking their path. Zichen sneered. A few more tokens appeared in his hand, and he threw them out. At the same time, he said coldly, "Only one of them is real. Go ahead and fight for it." After saying that, he stood still and did not move forward. Everyone's expression changed. They instantly made up their minds and turned around to chase after the token. After that, it was a fight for the token. There was no one in front of Zichen. Some people still had doubts in their hearts. However, their combat strength was too low and they didn't dare to go forward. Zichen displayed his extreme speed and moved forward smoothly. This time, he believed that no one would be able to stop him. However, he didn't go far before he suddenly stopped because he forgot about the 3 titled individuals. P.S. The chapter count is a mess recently. I mixed up the numbers. Chapter 1485. Zichen stopped not because he thought of the 3 titled warriors, but because the 3 of them were already standing in front of him. The 3 of them stood in a straight line and looked at him, their faces filled with admiration. "You really surprised me to be able to make it this far." The one who spoke was Hidden Mist. His body was flickering between reality and illusion. "Thank you for the compliment," Zichen said calmly. "It's not a compliment. It's the truth. Even I wouldn't be able to make it this far in such a situation. From this point of view, I'm not as good as you." The one who spoke this time was Fortune Teller. Zichen looked at Fortune Teller and said, "You're flattering me, but you still came and stood in front of me." Obedient Path nodded and said, "We originally thought that you wouldn't be able to make it this far, but since you're here, we feel that we have to do something." Upon hearing this, Zichen solemnly nodded his head and firmly said, "Indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, a glowing token appeared in his hand. He held the token and said, "This is the real token. It should be decided through battle." The 3 of them knew that this was the real token, and their eyes flashed. "We intend to fight for the token, but we don't want to take advantage of you. After all, you did something that we couldn't do. Being able to make it this far is enough to prove your strength." The 3 of them looked at each other, and then Fortune Teller said, "We've already agreed that we'll each attack. If you can block it, we'll automatically give way. Of course, against a perfect domain seed, we won't give way. This attack is definitely our strongest attack." Zichen held the token in his hand and looked at the 3 of them with a smile. "In this way, I still have the advantage. Come, who wants to go first?" The 3 of them looked at each other, and then Hidden Mist took a step forward. But before Hidden Mist could make a move, a stream of light flew over from afar. The people who flew over were flickering between reality and illusion. It was just like Zichen was using the extreme speed step technique. "Sir, you can't make a move." These people came closer, but they didn't stop Zichen. Instead, they stopped Hidden Mist. "What do you mean?" Hidden Mist was startled. "Do you agree that I should give up this opportunity?" These people were all from the Hidden Fog City. When they heard those words, their expressions turned extremely ugly. The person from before said again, "Of course not. It's just that we feel that it's unfair to Ziqin to do this." "How is it unfair?" Hidden Mist asked. Ziqin remained silent and frowned. The perfect domain seed is one of the most precious treasures in this world. How can you use one move to decide the winner and the loser? Ziqin has been fighting for so long, and his battle prowess is strong and intimidating. The perfect domain seed should belong to him. If you insist on fighting, it would be disrespectful to Ziqin and the perfect domain seed. The Hidden Mist asked, "Then what do you mean?" "Either we don't fight, or we fight with all our might." Hidden Fog's expression gradually became gloomy as he asked, "Then, do you think I should fight or not?" Ziqin has already expended a lot of energy. Naturally, he won't fight. Don't fight. Don't fight for now. With Hidden Fog's intelligence, he naturally guessed the real intention of these people. He could choose not to fight now, and he could let Ziqin leave. He could even let Ziqin obtain the perfect domain seed. However, once he saw the perfect domain seed, this battle would be unavoidable. As a result, Hidden Fog seemed to be the one at a disadvantage. However, his subordinates knew that Hidden Fog was actually the one at an advantage. Along the way, based on their understanding of Hidden Fog, if Ziqin withstood the attack, he wouldn't cause trouble for Ziqin anymore. Not only that, as a friend of Ziqin, Hidden Fog would also clean up other troubles for Ziqin. In this way, without his strongest opponent, Ziqin would definitely obtain the perfect domain seed. The people from Hidden Fog City weren't the only ones who thought this way. The people from Destiny City and Shantian City also thought the same. Therefore, the people from these two cities also came. They hadn't stopped Ziqin before, and now they came closer and said the same thing. They were all stopping their lord from fighting. Behind them, Ziqin was a little surprised that the pursuers still hadn't appeared. When he turned around, he discovered that a large formation had appeared there at some unknown time. The formation enveloped everyone, and outside the formation, there were two young men with similar appearances standing on the east and west sides. They were Go Win and Go Chang. The twins had also returned. As if sensing something, the two turned around and nodded at Ziqin. The subordinates didn't agree to a one-move battle. The three of them were also happy to not fight for the time being, so they nodded. After nodding, it meant that Ziqin could leave without any hindrance. At this moment, Ziqin had succeeded. He broke through the encirclement and kept the token. With the three titled experts and the other three factions present, there wasn't much point in pursuing him. After all, in the Manor Realm, no faction could withstand the combined attack of the three factions. It was possible for a group of factions to join forces, but there was only one perfect domain seed. Such an alliance was meaningless. This was also the reason why Ziqin had only injured, but not killed them. As long as the injured and the factions behind them didn't have a grudge against Ziqin, they would leave on their own accord. In fact, this was indeed the case. Otherwise, Ziqin and the others wouldn't have been able to stop so many cultivators from more than 100 cities. Boom! The great array set up by the twins was broken. Many cultivators appeared once more. After they appeared, they clearly didn't have the heart to continue blocking the path. Thus, they all retreated. Those who were healing their wounds began to heal themselves. As for those who were pursuing, they continued to pursue. When they saw Ziqin and the people around Ziqin again, these high-level life forms stopped and didn't move forward. Shantian, you gave away the original spirit domain core for nothing. Don't you want the perfect domain seed this time? Yi Ming, who had just recovered a little, said as he looked at the people in front of him. This has nothing to do with you. Shantian glanced at Yi Ming indifferently. Yi Ming was very afraid of Shantian, so he didn't dare to speak harshly. He could only provoke. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. However, as titled ones, you did such a thing. This inevitably makes people wonder if you three titled ones are afraid of Z-Chin from Huping City. The fortune teller said with a smile, "It's not up to you to decide if we're afraid or not. You, on the other hand, are obviously trying to provoke us. Huping City's ranking is very low, but Tiger God Mountain's ranking isn't low. Low birth doesn't determine anything. What really determines everything is one's combat strength. Just like you, you're born noble and have a father who's a city lord. But so what? You were still beaten like a dog by Z-Chin from Huping City. Yi Ming was furious. Obviously, he didn't expect the fortune teller to be so rude when it came to insulting people. A group of high-level life forms gathered together and stared coldly at Z-Chin. However, they didn't step forward. The sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. It was Lang Wei and the others flying over. After that, Man Sure and the others also arrived. When they saw Z-Chin, they couldn't help but be excited. "Welcome back. You've come back just in time." Z-Chin smiled and went forward to hug them. He didn't leave anyone behind. Of course, this included Lang Wei. When he hugged Wu Shuang, the little girl wrinkled her nose and seemed a little dissatisfied. When he hugged Jin Qingqing, the latter's pretty face blushed slightly. As for the three from Shentian, they also looked at Yi Ming with a teasing gaze. The latter was so angry that he stood in the distance and stomped his feet. In comparison, when he hugged Shangguan Hong and Dongqing, he was much more natural. "Come, let me introduce you to our companions from Huping City." This time, Z-Chin turned around and began to introduce Man Sure and the others to the three titled ones. The three titled ones nodded. Obviously, they had seen Man Sure and the others' methods and approved of them. When everyone was gathered, even if the others were unwilling, they didn't dare to have any ideas about Z-Chen's quota token anymore. It's over. The battle is over. At the back, when the group of battle spirits saw the scene, they all sighed and sighed. In this battle, not only did they see Z-Chen's powerful methods, but they also saw Z-Chen's friends. Sure enough, they were all unique existences. Z-Chen is strong, but I didn't expect his friends to be so extraordinary as well. Yeah, with such battle strength, there are few who can match up to him. Just as the battle spirits were sighing, Ba Dao and Shan Lei stood quietly on top of a tall building in the trading ground. "What do you think?" Shan Lei looked into the distance and asked. "Not bad." Ba Dao nodded. "Not bad, it should be very good. These little guys are much stronger than we were before." Shan Lei's eyes were full of admiration. "Indeed, especially Z-Chin. But is he really from the Thunder Clan? Why is he so strong?" Ba Dao was a little confused. Shan Lei said proudly, "Of course he's from the Thunder Clan. We have many powerful techniques. I'm not surprised that he has such skills." "The Thunder Clan has many techniques, but he doesn't know many of them. I know a little about the 9-star Thunder King body. It can refine the body, but it can only be compared to a high-level life form. However, Z-Chen's body is stronger than a high-level life form's. I don't understand, but it's always good to be strong. Maybe he has some other fortuitous encounters." Ba Dao nodded and stopped talking about it. "What do we do now?" Shan Lei looked back at Ba Dao. "What do you mean?" Ba Dao asked. "No one is fighting for the quota. Do you want Z-Chin to take the quota token to get the perfect field seed?" Ba Dao shook his head and said, "Since the exciting battle is over, there's no point in going. Let's give the quota to Z-Chin. I think the old guys are satisfied with their performance. It's time to talk about business." Then Ba Dao waved his hand and a beam of energy disappeared into the void. Chapter 1486. What emerged from the spatial vortex was a glowing object. The glowing object was 10 meters in size and was in the shape of a sphere. It was transparent. When he looked up, he saw that there were many glowing objects in the 10-meter wide sphere. Everyone present had reached the limit of their understanding of space, so they could tell at a glance that this 10-meter sphere was actually another world. In the case of 1 world per grain, this 10-meter space world was undoubtedly very large. Seeing the sudden appearance of this world, everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Then, pairs of eyes stared at the 10-meter world. "Look, what's that?" A cultivator exclaimed as he pointed at the center of the 10-meter world. There were many glowing objects in the 10-meter world, but they were arranged in a different order. They were arranged in 2 rows, extending to both sides. At first glance, it looked like the word convex. At the center of the world, at the top of the row of glowing objects, there was a very bright, glowing object. This object was different from the other glowing objects. It was inside the glowing object, and it looked like an object. Everyone noticed the glowing object, but they couldn't see it clearly due to the obstruction of the outside world. Swoosh! The sudden appearance of a glowing world meant that this world was naturally extraordinary. A cultivator turned into a ray of light and flashed toward the world in front of him. However, just as he was about to charge forward, a powerful resistance appeared and instantly sent the cultivator flying. Bang! 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 Because there were too many cultivators with different thoughts, many of them were sent flying in an instant. What a strong resistance! Array masters, break the array. Seeing that someone was sent flying, some cultivators shouted for the array masters to come quickly. Array masters flew forward and looked at the world in front of them. After a while, they looked up and sighed, indicating that they couldn't do anything. Chen looked at the world above him that was gradually enlarging, and his expression became very strange. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Next to him, Shantian asked. Chen raised his hand, and a token appeared in his hand. At this moment, the token was glowing, emitting the same light as the world above. "Isn't this the entry token? Why, could it be the perfect domain seed is here?" Shantian suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim. When the others heard this, they all looked over. Chen nodded without hesitation, which could be considered as an admission. The expressions of the people around them instantly changed. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Many unfriendly gazes were fixed on the token in Chen's hand. These fellows with unkind gazes were all higher life forms that had yet to break through. Mansur's gaze swept over them, and he coldly said, "If you aren't convinced, then come up. This time I guarantee there will be blood and death." A powerful aura surged around Mansur's body. Wu Xie's eyes also became very cold. The high-level life forms were stared at by those vertical pupils, all felt uncomfortable. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing stood guard beside Chen. Lang Wei and Wu Shuang's gazes also became vigilant. Jin Qingcheng hesitated for a moment before moving her gaze away from Chen. She didn't want the perfect domain seed anymore. As for the people from the 3 factions, their expressions were very complicated because they didn't expect the perfect domain seed to appear so quickly. Shantian and the other 2's expressions didn't change much. They were just curious about this world. "I say, maybe you should try to open this place." The fortune teller looked at Chen and suggested. "Indeed." Shantian nodded without turning his head. The mist shadow used silence to express his agreement with the 2's point of view. Since the 3 title holders had already spoken, it was obvious that there wouldn't be a fight for it. Chen nodded and immediately let go of the token in his hand. As soon as he let go of the token, it directly turned into a ray of light and flew towards the world above. If Chen hadn't held the token tightly, it would have flown out by itself. It was as if a key had met a corresponding keyhole. After the token entered, the originally firm space began to tremble. Then ripples appeared and a vortex-like door appeared. Swoosh! The appearance of the portal meant that everyone could enter. Hence, some people with ulterior motives impatiently rushed towards the vortex. However, Just as they reached the vortex, a ray of light suddenly rushed out of the vortex. This ray of light landed on the higher life form's body. His body was struck by the light, and he began to cough up blood. With one strike of the light, the higher life form was injured. The expressions of the people around him became ugly. Then, another 2 higher life forms that weren't slow followed in his footsteps. They coughed up blood and were also injured. The others were envious, but with the example of the 3 before them, they had to be more cautious. Rays of light that could injure higher life forms appeared from the rippling vortex, then fell down. To be more precise, they were falling down toward Zichin. If one ray could injure a higher life form, what about dozens or hundreds of them? The answer was that he was unharmed. These rays of light landed on Zichen's body and wrapped around Zichin, slowly bringing his body up. Being the first to enter the world naturally meant that they could obtain the perfect domain seed. Everyone's expressions changed. However, there was only one perfect domain seed. The others couldn't form an alliance. In addition, Zichen had so many powerful beings by his side. Although they were unwilling, they didn't make a move in the end. The manor realm was still very big, and there were still many opportunities. They didn't need to completely offend Zichen and the others. This was because Zichen's current combat power was enough to kill a higher life form. If his team was included, then, apart from the top 10 cities, if Zichen wanted to, he could kill any cultivator in any other city. During this time, of course, some people wanted to fight. Seeing that the rays of light didn't attack Zichen, they also turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. However, they were quickly sent flying. Idiot! Could it be that the token is just for show? Could it be that the battle earlier was for nothing? Seeing these people who didn't know what was good for them, the fortune-teller curled his lips and sneered. As soon as the battle ended, the perfect domain seed appeared. Even if Tianming was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that it was a coincidence. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? The sudden appearance of Manshur and the others wasn't a coincidence. It was intentional. The appearance of the perfect domain seed wasn't a coincidence either. If it wasn't a coincidence, then it was the doing of the battle spirits. After all, the rulers of the manor realm were battle spirits. The appearance of the perfect domain seed meant that Zichen had passed the test. With this qualification, the others who wanted to take advantage of this loophole would be asking for trouble. It was unknown whether it was because Zichen didn't kill anyone or because the perfect domain seed was too important. Even if they knew that they would be sent flying, they still rushed forward again and again. No matter how good Zichen's self-control was, he couldn't help but frown. Then his cold voice resounded in the sky. If you don't know what's good for you, after this matter is over, I'll bring people to visit each of you and ask for advice. Hearing these threatening words, everyone's expression changed, especially the humans in the cities. There were also some higher life forms who weren't convinced, but they were stopped by other humans. Perhaps the higher life forms weren't afraid of Zichen's visit, but the humans couldn't. Most of the people who came to the cities were humans. As for the higher life forms, they couldn't even be considered residents of the cities. Their nature was similar to that of Huping City's Tiger God Mountain. The threat was effective, so no one dared to step forward. Zichen's figure also disappeared into the rippling door. When they saw Zichen disappear, everyone was disappointed. Clearly, this meant that they had brushed past the perfect domain seed again. They had completely lost their chance. Zichen stood in this glowing world. This world was indeed very big. Those balls of light that looked very small from the outside looked like huge balls of light from the inside. The orbs were arranged in an orderly manner, and they were emitting light of energy. They were like spheres filled with energy, which was somewhat similar to the spirit-gathering pearl. In each light ball, there was a lot of energy surging. These energies were like the spirit-linking domain core, constantly changing light. There were a total of 99 light balls here. Looking in the direction of his gaze, he quickly reached the position of the first light ball. That light ball looked almost the same, except for the fact that it was slightly bigger. There was only one more sparkling and translucent object inside. That object was only the size of a thumb. It looked like a piece of jade, emitting a soft light. Of course, it wasn't a piece of jade. It was a seed that looked like a Bodhi seed. From the outside, it emitted a soft light like a piece of jade. In fact, it contained a perfect world law. If he used this seed to nurture a perfect domain, he would be able to create a perfect domain. Seeing the perfect domain seed, Zichen's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Chapter 1487. The old man's sudden appearance had surprised everyone. However, what he said next was even more shocking. Everyone had the right to obtain the perfect domain seed. If that was the case, then wouldn't it mean that Zichen's desperate attempt to escape from the battle earlier had become a self-willed joke? Who was the old man? And why did he say that? Could it be that everything that had happened just now was his doing? Everyone was curious about the old man's identity. Of course, they were also curious about his words. Zichen looked at the old man quietly, not saying a word. Only those higher life forms felt their blood boiling after hearing the old man's words. They rubbed their palms together, their battle intent rising. The old man's smile did not diminish as he said the second sentence. If you want to obtain the perfect domain seed, you only have one chance to challenge. Whoever wants to obtain this one and only chance, fight for it. Everyone came to their senses and went into an uproar. Obviously, Zichen's previous battle was not a joke. The old man also agreed that if they wanted to obtain the perfect domain seed, everyone present would have to compete. The strongest among them would then fight against Zichen. Thinking back to the previous battle, how many higher life forms had Zichen injured? Now, even if 3 to 5 higher life forms stood together, they would not dare to take the initiative to find trouble with Zichen. In a one-on-one situation, who would dare to look for trouble in front of Zichen? Speaking of one-on-one, except for those powerful titled individuals or special existences that were comparable to titled individuals, no one would dare to take the initiative to find trouble with Zichen. Among them, Dark Mantle had fought with Zichen before and had personally experienced Zichen's fighting strength. In terms of physical strength, he was not as good as Zichen. In terms of speed, he was not as fast as Under the Heavens. The only thing he could rely on was the fact that he had mastered more profound battle techniques than Zichen. However, with these techniques he could defeat Zichen. Dark Mantle shook his head and smiled bitterly. Naturally, he had no confidence in winning. The old man's second sentence caused another uproar. The old man waved his hand, and the noise gradually dispersed. He said again, "You can choose to fight for the right to challenge. However, there is another option." Everyone listened quietly. The old man pointed at the gigantic balls of energy below and said, "There are 99 balls of energy below, and each of them contains extremely pure energy. This energy is just like the psychic domain crystal. It can be transformed into any energy you need. If you are in it, this energy will allow you to immediately break through to the domain realm. If your potential is high enough, not only will you be able to break through to a higher realm, but you will also be able to break through to a higher realm. The energy contained in this ball is enough to allow you to break through an entire realm." In the quiet, small world, all the cultivators heard this, and their hearts began to beat violently. Their expressions became excited. What kind of concept was forcefully raising one's cultivation by one level? In the outside world, some people would need hundreds of years, some would need thousands of years, and some would not be able to make a breakthrough in their entire lives. However, in this place, as long as one had the potential, the power of the light ball could be forcibly increased by one level. For those higher life forms who had already given up on the perfect domain seed, this light orb was truly a good thing. Their gazes became fervent, compared to the perfect domain seed that they could not obtain at all. Raising their cultivation by one level was the real benefit. The old man waved his hand and signaled for everyone to be quiet. He said, "Take note, those who want to enter the light or to break through can no longer fight for the perfect domain seed. Those who want to fight for the perfect domain seed will not have the chance to enter the light orb again unless you are the one who obtained the perfect domain seed." Speaking of which, everyone should be guessing whether the trip to Tanyu Tower is coming to an end, whether the domain manor is about to close, and whether everyone will leave this place after breaking through. The old man paused and swept his gaze across the crowd. He said, "Then let me tell you clearly now. The previous events were just appetizers. The real benefits have yet to come. In Tanyu Tower, there is a final secret zone. Not only are there many resources, but there are also many luck points. Do you see those items in the trading area? Do you feel that the price is too high? Then let me tell you, if you successfully break through and enter the secret zone, I guarantee that when you come out, each of you will be able to exchange for at least 2 or 3 items that you want." Everyone's eyes lit up and their breathing quickened. There were indeed many good things in the trading area. Even many higher life forms were tempted. However, there is one thing I have to say in advance. That secret zone is very dangerous. Ordinary cultivators will only die if they enter. Therefore, this time, there are only 99 spots. In other words, only the 99 powerhouses who successfully break through with the light orb will be qualified to enter the secret zone. Most higher life forms' expressions changed when they heard this. It was obvious that if they wanted to obtain the perfect domain seed, they would have to voluntarily give up the light orb. However, if they defeated Zichin, they would still be qualified. What if they failed? Once they failed, they would lose all qualifications. If they lost the qualifications to break through, they would lose the qualifications to obtain luck points. No matter how talented they were, if they missed one opportunity after another, they would become a weakling due to the huge gap between their realms. In the manor realm, where life and death could happen at any time, the weak were obviously closer to death. This required a huge trade-off and a lot of confidence in one's own abilities. Zichen's gaze was still calm. Now, he was not afraid of anyone in the same realm. This trade-off was very difficult. On one hand, he had the perfect domain seed. On the other hand, he had the chance to break through. On the other hand, he had the perfect domain seed. On the other hand, Zichen's combat power was very strong. Some people were hesitating, but some were very happy. They went straight for the light orbs. There were 99 light orbs in total. The order was different, and the power contained in each orb was different. Even a fool would know that the light orbs at the front would contain more power. Swoosh! Some higher life forms rushed forward, but a golden light appeared and blocked them. Jin Qingqing walked out of the golden light and floated toward the light orb at the top. As a person, it's better to be realistic. Seeing Jin Qingqing coming forward, Hidden Mist shook his head and also went toward the light orb at the top. Zichin stood beside the light orb at the top. There was the perfect domain seed inside. Jin Qingqing and Hidden Mist stopped below Zichin. The two looked at Zichin, and Zichin nodded at them. The two entered the light orb, one on the left and one on the right. This light orb was the first one after Zichin. "Look, you're one step too late." Fortune Teller looked at Shantian and smiled. "If we don't go now, we'll be even later." Shantian also smiled. Then the two stepped forward together. As titled individuals, naturally no one dared to compete with them. Hence, the two naturally went to the light orb behind Jin Qingqing and Hidden Mist. "Good luck." The two looked at Zichin and said in unison, "Good luck to you too." Zichin nodded and smiled. The two entered the light orb, one on the left and one on the right. Next, a few more powerful existences stepped forward. They were all from the top cities. However, Before these people could step forward, Wu Shuang and Lang Wei had already turned into streamers and rushed forward. At the same time, Man Shi, Wu Xie, and the others also flashed forward. "Damn it, the positions in front are all good," a higher life form shouted, and then flew forward one after another. Almost all the high-level life forms moved. Only Dark Mantle did not move. He was still hesitating. However, as the light orbs were occupied one after another, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. He looked at Zichen with an uncertain expression. Zichen's face was calm. After noticing Dark Mantle's gaze, he also looked at Dark Mantle and smiled at him. There was calmness in his smile, but there was also absolute confidence. "Damn it!" Dark Mantle cursed. He could not summon up the courage to fight with Zichen. He could only take a step back and find a light orb to break through. Without the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed, these high-level life forms should also break through. The old man was in the air, stroking his long beard with a faint smile on his face. Everyone was fighting below, but no one came to find trouble with Zichen. Zichen also happened to have some free time to think about the old man's words. Obviously, Jin Qingqing's guess after seeing those precious items came true. There was indeed a secret land for everyone to train in. However, Zichen thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. That place was definitely not as simple as what the old man said. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big battle. Zichen even guessed that the psychic domain core and the perfect domain seed appeared because of this secret land. The battle below continued, but the space above Zichen was empty. All the high-level life forms had entered the light orbs. Those who were still fighting were special existences. Zichen did not put them in his eyes. Man Shi and the others had also entered the light orbs. It was worth mentioning that Man Shi and Wu Xie had also fought for 2 light orbs for the twins, allowing them to enter. Once they entered the light orb surface would be activated, isolating everyone. No one will snatch it from you. Go in and refine the perfect domain seed. Just as Zichen was looking at the battle below with interest, the old man's voice sounded again. This time it was directed at Zichen. The originally chaotic battle quietened down after the elder's words. Everyone lifted their heads to look at Zichen with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Zichen nodded and smiled gratefully at the old man. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he entered the first light orb. The light orb seal was activated, isolating Zichen from the outside world. From now on, no one would be able to snatch Zichen's perfect domain seed. The old man nodded and smiled. The development of the situation surprised him, but he was also very satisfied. Zichen, this mysterious existence, was like a dark horse. He displayed a very strong power, causing them to sigh in admiration. Originally, they were optimistic about the 4 titled individuals, but now they were optimistic about Zichen. As soon as Zichen entered the light orb, he saw the perfect domain seed turn into a ray of light and disappear in front of him. By the time he regained his senses, the perfect domain seed had already entered his reality world. Chapter 1488. The perfect glowing seed was naturally the perfect domain seed. It had already entered Zichen's reality space. Zichen sat cross-legged in the energy ball and looked at the perfect domain seed. Among the perfect domain seeds, there was only one type which was a single law. The name of this law was heaven and earth. Having it was equivalent to having heaven and earth. This was the foundation of the world, and it was also the most perfect law. No one in the world could comprehend such a law. Only a few special existences, with heaven-defying opportunities and luck, could comprehend a bit of its meaning. However, it was impossible to achieve perfection. The perfect domain seed was unique in the world. The heaven and earth law it contained was also unique in the world. The heaven and earth law it represented contained all the laws of power in the world. There was good and evil, yin and yang, the 5 elements, and many other laws of power. It was like a spiritual domain seed. It contained all the laws of the world. After it recognized a master, it would automatically change when power was poured in. When Zichen broke through to the earth level, it took him more than 1,000 years to comprehend the laws. Just the amount of time he spent comprehending the laws exceeded the growth time of all the humans and higher life forms present. On top of that, Zichen's comprehension ability was not bad. In 1,000 years, he had grasped dozens of laws. Even so, Zichen had not grasped all the laws of the world below the heaven and earth law. Hence, Zichen could not use many of the laws within the perfect domain seed. He could only abandon them. Zichen sat cross-legged in the light ball. He did not absorb the energy within the light ball. This was because there was a lot of pure energy floating in his reality space. This energy belonged to the energy produced after Zichen's reality world collapsed. This energy was very pure and was most suitable for Zichen. It was most suitable for the perfect domain seed. A wave of energy floated out from the void. This wave of energy poured into the perfect domain seed and was immediately absorbed. From the outside, the perfect domain seed did not react. However, Zichen could sense that this wave of energy started to decompose into dozens of laws. Then it activated the laws contained within the perfect domain seed. Another wave of energy poured in. The laws that Zichen had comprehended within the perfect domain seed were gradually activated. Wave after wave of energy appeared from the void and merged into the perfect domain seed. The perfect domain seed began to glow. This time, the light was no longer gentle. Instead, it was glaring. Within this glaring light, the rays of light were changing colors. Each ray of light represented a type of nomological power. More power poured in. This power was enough to make Zichen speechless. However, it could only stimulate the perfect domain seed. It could not allow it to grow. A blinding light bloomed from the perfect domain seed. The power of the rule Zichen comprehended was finally activated. The perfect domain seed was activated. After it was activated, a powerful suction force appeared on the small seed. The moment this suction force appeared, it enveloped Zichen's entire void world. Then, under this suction force, all the energy in the void world was absorbed by the perfect domain seed. The energy was boundless, but when it entered the perfect domain seed, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing in an instant. After a huge amount of energy poured in, the perfect domain seed finally changed. It began to crack. Rays of glaring light pierced through the perfect domain seed like colorful sharp blades. They shot into the void world and illuminated Zichen's world. As the perfect domain seed cracked, Zichen's void world began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The main change was that it shrank. The void world began to shrink rapidly. It was as if it was being swallowed by the perfect domain seed. In the end, it was all absorbed into the perfect domain seed. At this moment, Zichen's reality world had completely disappeared. Behind him, the 3-meter space had disappeared. There was only an origin point. It was an origin point that emitted a lot of nomological power. Outside the light sphere, the old man had been paying attention to Zichen. He had a calm and kind smile on his face. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. His eyes widened as he looked at Zichen in disbelief. In the sealed light sphere, beside Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, green lights suddenly appeared. These green lights looked like small trees. There were more than 20 of them. Void trees. They are all void trees. Even with the old man's status, after seeing so many void trees, his heart trembled violently, and his heart twitched violently. In the next moment, the green lights disappeared. The void trees were gone. This little guy from the Thunder Clan has had many fortuitous encounters. Just those void trees alone are enough to push him to a very high level. The old man stroked his snow-white beard and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The reality world entered the perfect domain seed and returned to the origin point. At this moment, Zi Chen's level was considered to have entered the domain realm. Rumble. Immediately after, a violent tremor came from the glowing, perfect domain seed. The sound was as if the world was being split apart. It was like a seed that had sprouted. It was also like a colorful flower that had bloomed. The perfect domain seed opened up and released colorful lights. Zi Chen's world that had returned to the origin point opened up again. When the world opened up, the first thing that appeared was the perfect law of heaven and earth. The perfect law of heaven and earth supported a perfect world. The sky was empty and one couldn't see the top. The ground was solid and solid. It was made up of yellow sand. The ground was only 1 meter in radius. The sky was also 1 meter in radius. This perfect world was only 1 meter in radius. In this 1 meter perfect world, under the cover of the law of heaven and earth, the laws that Zi Chen had comprehended began to integrate. First came the laws of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The laws of the 5 elements integrated into the world. The yellow sand on the ground absorbed the law of fire. The ground gradually dried up and the yellow sand turned into solid ground. Fire gave birth to earth. Within the earth, the law of metal was born. Earth gave birth to metal. Under the law of metal, there was the law of water. With the law of water, there was naturally the law of wood. Metal gave birth to water. Water gave birth to earth. The 5 elements began to give birth to each other. In this 1 meter world, there was wood, water, and fire. There was the vitality of the 5 elements. Immediately after, the law of yin and yang entered this world. The law of yin represented silver. It turned into a silver moon and hung in the sky. The law of yang represented gold. It turned into a golden sun and also hung in the sky. Yin and yang were divided into silver and gold. They were also divided into black and white. However, the black and white colors couldn't change the law of heaven and earth. Immediately after, the law of life and death appeared. The law of true and false appeared. The law of good and evil appeared. Finally, the law of nature appeared. Under the appearance of many laws, the flow of time in this 1 meter perfect world finally changed. The silver moon disappeared and the world turned from nothingness to pure white. In the white world, the light of the golden sun shone down. It was warm like sunlight. The 1 meter sky was blue with a few clouds. Everything was revived at this moment. On the ground, vigorous vitality emerged. If someone stood in Zi Chen's 1 meter world, they would be shocked to find that this 1 meter world was a perfect world. There was heaven, earth, nature, the 5 elements, and the sun. The golden sun rose from the east and set in the west. The world turned dark and a silver moon appeared quietly. It shone with gentle silver light in this world where everything was silent. Night fell. It was as though the entire world had fallen into a deep sleep. Previously, Zi Chen had comprehended many laws. Now these laws were all put to use. Together with the perfect domain seed, he had opened up a real world. Although the entire world was not perfect due to some other reasons, even so, when placed in the eyes of the people of the world, it would still cause boundless shock. This was because this wasn't a domain. It was a world, a perfect world. Once this world was successfully developed, Zi Chen would be a true sector lord. All the laws were integrated into this 1 meter world. This world was filled with vigorous vitality. The initial stage of this world was completed. This meant that Zi Chen had reached the early stage of the first stage domain realm. However, in order for this world to grow, it would require a huge amount of energy. Therefore, Zi Chen needed to absorb energy. It just so happened that the light sphere could provide this energy. A boundless suction force appeared. The energy within the light sphere poured into Zi Chen's body like a torrential flood. Then, it entered Zi Chen's 1-meter domain world. Under the infusion of endless power, the 1-meter wide reality realm also expanded. However, this expansion speed couldn't be directly proportional to the absorption speed. The expansion speed of the domain world was very slow. However, Zi Chen could understand this. This was a perfect world expanding. The expansion of every piece of soil required boundless power of laws to fill it. Zi Chen could understand this, but the old man standing in the air outside couldn't. This was because Zi Chen's consumption speed was too fast. He was ranked first. The energy contained within the light sphere should have been enough to raise an ordinary high-level life form by 2 levels. As for Zi Chen, the aura around his body was slowly increasing as he watched the energy flow away at a crazy speed. How can this be? How can it be so wasteful? Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, he still couldn't see through Zi Chen. Other people could raise their cultivation by 2 levels. However, Zi Chen had only raised his cultivation by a small level after absorbing all the energy. He had gone from the early stage of the first stage to the mid-stage of the first stage. This energy was enough for other people to raise their cultivation by 2 levels. The old man was furious when he saw that the energy had been completely consumed, but there was only such a small effect. The old man was so angry that he couldn't wait to go forward and see what was going on. Chapter 1489. I'm invincible among those of the same level. Zi Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. His expression was calm, but he gave off a strong sense of confidence. When everyone heard this, their hearts and minds were shaken. I'm invincible among those of the same level. This not only applied to all humans, but also the higher life forms and, of course, the titled ones. Such firm words. Was it confidence or arrogance? Everyone was puzzled, but no one lost their composure and exclaimed. They thought back to the previous battle when Zi Chen successfully broke through the encirclement. Although not all the cultivators from the various factions came to intercept him, Zi Chen's combat strength that swept away all the higher life forms was extremely shocking. At that time, Zi Chen was invincible among those of the same level. It was also at that time that the Dark Mantle, which was comparable to titled ones, didn't have the confidence to challenge Zi Chen. Now, Zi Chen had merged with the perfect domain seed and consumed several times more energy than everyone else. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was invincible among those of the same level. Good, very good. Come with me. Hearing this, the elder nodded in satisfaction. There seemed to be a trace of excitement in his deep and kind eyes. To be able to make the ruler of a domain realm so excited, it was obvious that he was very satisfied with Zi Chen's performance. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. His speed was so fast that no one noticed it. It was as if he had really teleported, breaking through to the next realm and strengthening his soul. Zi Chen's ability to comprehend also increased. This time, he had created a complete world. During the process of the world's growth, Zi Chen had a deeper understanding of this world through his own world. As he understood the world, the fog in his mind gradually dispersed. As the fog dissipated, his understanding of certain techniques also improved by leaps and bounds. Zi Chen's understanding of the world's fastest speed had improved again. His speed was no longer limited to afterimages or spatial nodes, but a higher level of speed. This kind of burst of speed within a short distance was like true teleportation. Zi Chen's figure appeared and disappeared again. In the next moment, he was already thousands of meters away. This was the true speed of teleportation. As for the old man, although he was also moving forward, it was impossible to see him with the naked eye. Zi Chen traveled at top speed for 2 hours before he finally saw the old man's figure. The old man's back was facing Zichen, and his eyes were fixed on the void in front of him. With a flash, Zichen appeared beside the old man, standing half a step behind him. The old man looked back at Zichen and said, "Your perception is very strong, so strong that it surprised me." "Senior, you flatter me." Zichen smiled and asked, "May I know why Senior has brought me here?" The old man looked forward again, and his eyes became deep. He pointed forward and said, "Look at what's there." There was only nothingness in front of them. There was nothing at all. The old man's words must have a deeper meaning. Zichen's eyes glowed with gold and silver light as he looked forward. There was still nothing in front of him, and he couldn't see anything unusual. However, in this void there was an additional power. Zichen felt that this power was very familiar. After carefully thinking about it, his expression couldn't help but change. "You see it." The old man looked at Zichen with slight surprise. The gold and silver light in Zichen's eyes dissipated. He shook his head and said, "I can't see anything, but I can feel a power. It seems to belong to a foreign race." "You also know about the foreign race." The old man's question was obviously not referring to the foreign race's battle spirit, but the real foreign race, because the power contained in the foreign race's battle spirit was not the real foreign race's power. Zichen nodded and said, "I saw it once in the outside world, and I was almost killed." Every foreign race was a powerful existence. Any foreign race in the Jianwu continent was worth paying attention to. Even the old man was no exception to this. He looked at Zichen and asked curiously, "Can you tell me what happened?" Zichen recalled the scene back then and answered truthfully. After hearing this, the old man couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the foreign race is everyone's enemy. It's duty-bound to slaughter them. It's just a pity that there are heroes who perish together with them. "Senior, what is this place? Is it related to the foreign race?" Zichen asked in confusion. The old man didn't answer, but asked instead, "You saw the scene of the Thunder Clan's destruction in the broken world back then. Do you know how this manor realm was formed?" The reason Zichen attracted attention and was called a dark horse by the old man was because of the turmoil caused by the Thunder Clan. The original controllers had been paying attention to the 4 titled sovereigns. Zichen recalled the scene he saw back then and pieced together the fragments in his mind. After outlining a simulated scene, he said, "It should be the invasion of the foreign race. Many worlds, like the Thunder Clan, were shattered. In the end, the human powerhouses reunited, and these shattered worlds became the Manor Realm." This was Zichen's guess. After hearing this, the old man said, "You're right, but you're also wrong." Zichen didn't say anything and listened quietly. To be precise, this Manor Realm used to be a complete continent. This continent was connected to the Jianwu continent. There were many forces on this continent, and these forces all had their own small worlds. When the foreign race suddenly invaded, the entire continent became a battlefield. After that, the small world shattered, and so did the entire continent. When Zichen heard this, a shocked expression appeared on his face. How much power did it take to shatter a real continent? Zichen knew very well how stable the space of the Jianwu continent was. However, that great battle not only shattered the space, but also sank the continent. It was obvious how terrifying it was. However, when he recalled the scene of the Thunder Clan's destruction, even the Thunder Clan's powerhouses who could control time and space and transmit techniques across time and space were killed, it wasn't surprising that they sank the continent. There's no need to describe that great battle. Everyone can imagine how tragic it was. The foreign race came prepared for that battle, but in the end we won. After that, the surviving powerhouses used their great power to piece together these shattered continents and sealed this place. During this time, they set up a formation of life. With the infusion of life force, the dead souls gradually began to revive and turned into fighting spirits. However, when the souls were revived, The dead foreign race geniuses were also awakened. The old man paused and then said, "Of course, this is a story for later. You know that what I'm going to tell you now is what happened when the human powerhouses sealed this place. Back then, the humans thought that all the foreign races had died in the battle. However, when they pieced the continents together, they discovered that there were other severely injured foreign races who were still alive. At the last moment, these foreign races joined forces and forcibly opened up another world before the Manor Realm was established." Zi Chen's expression changed when he heard this. He couldn't help but say, "Could it be that it's also a Manor Realm?" "That world is very small. It's not as big as the Manor Realm. Now we call it the Nether Realm." The old man sighed. "The Nether Realm? Does it have something to do with Tongyu Tower?" Zi Chen's expression changed as he asked again. The old man looked at Zi Chen with admiration and said, "It does have something to do with it. When the Manor Realm was first established, the humans were in control. Once the foreign race's fighting spirits were revived, they could use the rules of the Manor Realm to kill them immediately. Those foreign race powerhouses guessed the humans' intentions and opened up the Nether Realm at the critical moment. Because of this, the foreign race's fighting spirits that awakened in the Manor Realm would not be controlled by the rules of the Manor Realm." Zi Chen understood. When the Manor Realm was first established, it wasn't a training ground. Instead, it was a place to nurture soldiers and nurture fighting spirits. When these fighting spirits grew up in the future, they would still be humans and would still fight against the foreign races. However, the severely injured foreign races sensed the humans' intentions and destroyed it at the critical moment. This gave the foreign races, fighting spirits, a chance to survive. Therefore, the original training ground became a training ground. The ultimate goal of the humans who came to train was to kill the foreign races' fighting spirits. When they opened up the Nether Realm, the foreign race also used the power of rules that belonged to the foreign race. It was said that they paid a huge price to make the Nether Realm completely separate from the Manor Realm and become in existence in another space-time. This way, the foreign race's fighting spirits would be drawn into the Nether Realm. Because the two sides were in two different space-time, the beings in the Manor Realm could not attack the foreign race at all. Over time, another foreign race army would appear in the Manor Realm. Zi Chen nodded. When he thought about it carefully, it made sense. The foreign race thought that they were smart, but the humans were not weak either. There was no lack of wise people among them. Therefore, the human powerhouses built a 9-story Tongyu Tower in the two different spacetimes. This 9-story tower connected the two spacetimes and gave the humans a chance to enter the Nether Realm. This was a game between the humans and the foreign races. Although it was not as tragic as the previous battle, many human powerhouses died in the game. Of course, many foreign race powerhouses also died in the game. In the end, the entrance to the Tongyu Tower to the Nether Realm was forcibly closed. It can only be opened under certain conditions. What conditions? Zi Chen asked curiously. The elder's eyes became deep and serious. He looked ahead and said word by word, "When the perfect domain seed condenses a law of heaven and earth." What does this have to do with the perfect domain seed? Zi Chen was confused. You've already refined the perfect domain seed and should know how magical it is. It contains a perfect law of heaven and earth. Do you think it's something that can appear in the world? It's magical and heaven-defying. Not only does it need to absorb the law of heaven and earth, it also needs to borrow the power of the foreign races. Chapter 1490. Zi Chen was completely stunned. Heaven-defying power. The perfect domain seed actually had the power to defy the heavens. This world would indeed produce many miraculous things, but it would never produce another world. Even if some special beings could comprehend the two great laws of heaven and earth, they could only comprehend one of them and not both. When an expert who had mastered the law of heaven died, his law of heaven would remain in the Manor world. It was the same for an expert who had mastered the law of earth. However, these two laws could not be merged due to some reason of the heavenly Tao. During this period, a complete foreign law would be required. The foreign races came from beyond the heavens and were known as the foreign races. They did not need to abide by the laws of this world. Therefore, the addition of the law of heaven and earth and the perfect foreign races law would be equivalent to a perfect domain seed. A perfect domain seed was equivalent to the origin of a perfect world. It had the power to defy the heavens. Even if it was neutralized by the law of beyond the heavens, it would still not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao. The elder turned back and stared into Zi Chen's eyes. Therefore, there is only one perfect domain seed in this world, and only one will appear. You can assume that there is only one perfect domain seed in this world. Do you understand what I mean? Zichen nodded and said, solemnly, I understand. There is only one perfect domain seed. Unless the person who refined it dies, there will not be a second perfect domain seed in this world. Since you understand this, you should also understand how difficult it is to open the manor world and another realm, right? The elder asked again. Zichen nodded again. Every time Tongyu Tower opened, it meant that the nether realm would open. Every time the underworld realm opens, it is extremely difficult. There will be a long period of time between each opening. No one knows what will happen inside. Therefore, every time the underworld realm opens, we are looking for the strongest 99 people. And this time, after the underworld realm opens, you who have obtained the spiritual domain core and the perfect domain seed will be the main force this time. You will be the leader. The other 98 people will be at your disposal. What you need to do is to do your best to eliminate all the battle spirits of the other races, leading 98 powerful warriors and wiping out all the non-humankind battle spirits. Zi Chen immediately felt a great pressure in his heart. I wonder when was the last time the nether realm opened. The old man pondered for a moment before replying. It was the last time a perfect domain seed was formed. It should have been over 1 million years since then. Zi Chan was taken aback when he heard this, and his expression kept changing. In 1 million years, just how many battle spirits will there be? Moreover, just what level will the strength of these battle spirits rise to? There might even be an emperor-level battle spirit. Zi Chen shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. The old man waved his hand and said, As for the reason of the battle spirit strength, you don't need to worry too much about it. The rules of that place have all been broken. If nothing unexpected happens, then the battle spirit's realm definitely won't surpass the 3rd domain realm. 3rd stage domain, but I'm only at the 1st stage. Zi Chen couldn't help but stare. Although you're only at the 1st stage, there are still quite a few people in the 2nd stage. If you work together and form a team, it's entirely possible for you to wipe out everyone. Zi Chen, you're a dark horse. I have high hopes for you. The old man's encouraging and trusting expression made Zi Chen curl his lips. However, just as the old man had said, if they worked together well, their chances of survival wouldn't be small. Recalling the perfect domain seed the old man had just mentioned, Zi Chen asked curiously, Did the people who had the perfect domain seed defy the heavens? The old man's expression suddenly became strange. He smiled mysteriously and said, After the last one entered the tower, he never came out. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to defy the heavens, but that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. He's dead. Zi Chen was startled. He asked again, What about the others who had the perfect domain seed? The old man lifted his head to look at the sky and sighed. They were all extremely talented people. I believe that they all had the ability to defy the heavens. Unfortunately, they didn't have the opportunity to do so. Zi Chen was stunned when he heard that. He asked, What do you mean? Did everyone die? That's right. Unfortunately, everyone died. The old man nodded with regret. Zi Chen's face changed instantly. He pointed at the old man and said angrily, You old man. You want to set me up? Everyone who had the perfect domain seed is dead. You want me to go and die? The old man's regret disappeared. He glanced at Zichen and said indifferently, You took the perfect domain seed. You chose the path yourself. How can you say that you set me up? But you didn't tell me this beforehand, Zichen said loudly. But you didn't ask. The old man smiled faintly. Zichen was furious. He had the urge to go and kick the old man. However, when he thought about the difference between the two of them, Zichen was instantly discouraged. He shook his head and said, No way. Let me tell you, there's no way at all. I won't go. So many people had died in there. Zichen didn't think that he was special. He didn't think that he could survive. Who knew that after hearing Zichen's discouraging words, the previously amiable elder's voice turned cold and indifferent as he said, It is no longer up to you. You have to go whether you want to or not. You're threatening me. Zichen rolled his eyes. The old man's face changed again. He smiled and said, You can think of it that way. If you go, you have a chance to live. If you don't, I'll slap you to death. After you go in, you can come out alive and go against the heavens. If you don't go in, you won't have a chance to do so. Zichen was cursing the old man's relatives in his heart. The perfect domain seed was **T. He thought that the old man made it up. He said that on purpose to send him to his death. If the perfect domain seed was really heaven-defying, those people wouldn't have died. Zichen wanted to risk his life, but who could he risk his life against? He couldn't beat the old man. Zichen found that he was discouraged again. The old man smiled and patted Zichen's shoulder. He comforted him. After you go in, don't be careless. An awakened alien battle spirit isn't weaker than an ordinary person. After you go in, you'll be the leader. Not only do you have to think about your own life, but you also have to be careful of others. I've seen many talented people, but they all died because of carelessness after entering. If you're careful, you still have a chance to survive. Zichen glanced at the old man and curled his lips. He looked disdainful. He thought that he had taken advantage of the situation. He didn't expect that he would fall into such a desperate situation. Now, it seemed that the 99 people who entered the light sphere didn't have the right to refuse. What was done was done. It wasn't up to him whether he went or not. His eyes flashed. Zichen's mind was working. In the end, he thought of the most important point. Zichen had already accepted his fate. He could only agree. His eyes lit up. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He said firmly, Exterminating the alien race is everyone's responsibility. I, Zichen, will not shirk my duty. Seeing Zichen change so much, the old man looked at Zichen suspiciously. He said, You have such high awareness. Let me tell you, everything here is under my supervision. You can't escape. Zichen patted his chest, putting on a righteous attitude. He said, Senior, what kind of person do you think I am? I, Zichen, have killed aliens before. Now that I see an alien battle spirit, I will not shirk my duty to kill it. Good. Not knowing what Zichen was up to, the old man could only nod and express his relief. Zichen also nodded and said passionately, We may not be able to return from this battle. However, in order to exterminate the alien battle spirits, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves. The old man was very satisfied. He thought that Zichen's awareness was getting higher and higher. However, Zichen changed the topic. He said, But we have limited resources. I'm afraid we can't complete the mission well. It doesn't matter if we die, but I'm afraid. The old man clearly understood what Zichen meant. So this was what he was thinking. He waved his hand and said, Cut the crap. What do you want? Just say it. Zichen laughed and said, It depends on what you give me. I don't mind if you give me 8 or 10 void trees. I also don't mind if you give me dozens of level 9 royal weapons. Zichen's words angered the old man. 8 or 10 void trees and dozens of royal weapons. Did he really think these things were cabbages? He didn't expect Zichin to be so greedy. He waved his hand and said, "Don't even think about these things." "Then I'd rather die than go in." Zichin put on a helpless expression. "Kid, you're looting a burning house. You're also threatening me. Do you know who I am?" The old man's eyes flashed coldly. Zichin puffed out his chest and said seriously, "I'm just stating a fact. We have too few people and too few resources." Then the two of them stared at each other, not giving in. The old man was so angry that he laughed. He had seen many people who had obtained perfect domain seeds. Almost all of them were titled individuals. Their personalities were similar to Shantian Dao and the others. When they heard about the alien race, they agreed without hesitation. This was righteousness, the highest righteousness. They weren't like Zichin, who was bargaining. Seeing the old man's unyielding expression, Zichin said, "Our chances of survival are too small. If you don't give me something, I won't go." Bargaining with righteousness? The old man had already labeled Zichin as shameless. He didn't want to argue with him anymore. He said directly, "The source of life that recovers strength. 1,000 drops per person." Zichin was delighted. He said, "Weapons and armor. 1 for each person. Don't go overboard." The old man's eyes started to twitch. "This is to ensure that everyone can come back alive. It's also my last request," Zichin said seriously. "Okay, 1 for each person." The old man nodded. "You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.